Yo, I see Far Cry, Lego, and Moodcap already in the chat. So great to see you guys. And I see some people watching on Twitch as well. So for one person on Twitch, but we only just got started. And yes, we got, if you saw my stories, we got a lot of stuff to cover today. Part of it is going to be Captain America related, some of it is going to be Fallout related. And so I guess what I wanted to do at this very moment is to kind of give you a kind of like a rundown of everything that's going to happen, give you like a rough outline. I'm going to hope to stick to not only the order, but hopefully we're going to be able to watch everything. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to kind of try to merge kind of like the gameplay with uh, with the clips that we're going to be watching. Not every single clip, of course. Some of them we're going to watch on their own because they're going to require more of a bit more of a focus from me. And yeah, that's that. So uh, let's see. Let's just check my settings. So right. So the order of things. So first, we're gonna go over the new X-Men '97 episode that came out on Wednesday, and it had a clip with Captain America in it. For some of you who don't know, he was teased like 2 weeks ago at the end of like one of those previews. Um, and I thought he was gonna be in the next episode, and it turned out that he wasn't in that one, since that one was more space oriented with Storm as part of that. And so what ended up happening is that they just pushed him into this episode, and that's where he was. So that's number one. Number two, we're gonna take a look at the Shills React videos that I think Moodcap, I think you recommended them. We did watch the Silver Surfer one, and or maybe I'm confusing you with somebody else who made that suggestion. Maybe. But whoever recommended those videos, Moodcap says, yeah, it was me. Good. Uh, so he made the suggestion to watch the Shills React videos, and I also wanted to do the Star Wars Outlaws one, as well as the Disney Ahsoka one. Uh, so we'll get to those after that, and then so that's number two and three. Number four is one of my kind of clips that's somewhat related to the Book of Acts, by this one channel. It like I kind of want to. I guess I'll get to why I chose this video specifically uh, once we get to it. So let's just move on, and then we'll do. After that, we're gonna do a short clip of somebody's review of a Human Target uh, review. Like it's going to be like a minute long review of Martian Manhunter, which is kind of abysmal. And so, of course, that's gonna also be interesting. And then after that, we're gonna have, what do we have here? All right, the topic of canon and lore and why it is so important. There's going to be a video on that, uh, as well as, and we're gonna kind of close it off with a Fallout debate between the Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic, Mauler, which are all kind of popular YouTubers in the movie criticism sphere. And so it's going to be interesting to see them kind of argue about what they liked, what they disliked about the series, specifically because Critical Drinker, we kind of covered this on this show or the streams, is that he liked this show, and when we wanted to see why he liked it, I was able to give you all the reasons. Last stream, I give you an hour long segment dedicated as to what, like, the four main things I didn't like about the show, and those were just the four things that I didn't like. There were so many different instances, so many scenes that I had issues with, but those were just the four things, and we kind of went over that. And I don't think we had anything of that sort for the Critical Drinker. So now is going to be his opportunity to see how somebody else is going to push him on that. And speaking of Fallout, Far Cry Lego says, "You've seen my thoughts on the Fallout show." Yes, I have. I agree with it, of course. Some of like what you said kind of echoed what I said with the commie apologetic stuff. So obviously I agree. And yeah, let me know if the audio is good, and we'll get started because we have a lot to cover, and I guess it's going to be like a challenge for me to see if I can uh, kind of do everything at once. And like I said, we're going to be sometimes mixing together the clips from the shows and whatever we're going to be reacting to with the gameplay. And it's going to be interesting to see if I have that sort of multitasking, divided attention skill set. And Hoska is here, of course, on Twitch. As always, great to have you. All right. And also Steven. Awesome. Sweet. Moodcap says he re-uploaded the She-Hulk season 1 video. He had to dance around the copyright. I did see that. I was like just checking now, like today, if he perhaps re-uploaded it, or sorry, if he uploaded anything else. And I'm like, okay, let's see what else he has, because those Ahsoka and Star Wars Outlaws videos were fairly old. We were supposed to react to them like I think a week, maybe a week and a half ago. So so I checked. I was curious to see if he uploaded anything new, and I did see that he re-uploaded one of his older videos that pertained to She-Hulk, and I did not watch that video yet. So I think that'd be also interesting to perhaps like in the next stream also do that one, because that one is like 30 minutes long, and it's going to be hilarious if we were to watch that. Of course, She-Hulk is kind of an old show, but anyway, let's not delay this any further. Farka also says, I sent a vid about a new speedrun about Jump King by Carl Jobst. Okay, in that case, we're probably going to have to watch that in the next stream. We'll kind of keep our program going for now, especially since it's a speedrun and it's not like anything. If you guys have like anything that is like breaking news or anything that requires me to kind of comment on it now, you can let me know and I'll kind of try to prioritize that into the stream. But so far, I think nothing new has appeared. So let's watch this new clip. I guess I should lay the groundwork for I guess I should tell you a bit about the context of this episode. Obviously, 2 episodes ago, Rogue and a bunch of other mutants got ambushed, just attacked, demolished. Genosha got totally wrecked. And what happened? Well, after that, Rogue in this episode decides to go hunt for this guy named Gyrick, who helped. He contributed, I believe, to the technology surrounding the ability to take away the powers of mutants, if that makes sense. So he contributed to that sort of technology, and so now I think that's what it was. Again, I'm not watching this show. I'm just watching some clips, and I don't need to watch the show. I don't need to watch these shows to be able to comment on them. That's a big thing that people don't understand. It's like, okay, if I'm wrong about like the specifics, you can tell me, but that's not going to change the arguments that I'm making. And the arguments that I'm going to be making are going to, of course, be related to the show. And I'm going to try to be consistent and stay within the context. And I'll let you know if like there's anything that I might not be sure about, and you'll see that it doesn't affect the overall critique that I am making. So yeah, she attacked one of like the bases of General Ross, for example, and then what she did was, and now she's in this location, and she just so happens, well, she finds this motorbike, and the motorcycle is, of course, look at the back, it says AVN A10, which is interesting. It's not like a reference to an issue, because it's obviously AVN is an obvious reference to the Avengers, and so A10, that's like, is that referencing issue 10 of the Avengers? In which case, is that one of the issues where kind of like Captain America becomes the leader of the team? Maybe. That might be a reference to like what his current team is, because he's going to be referencing a team. And if it's going to be the team of Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, yeah, that's going to, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. So let's watch this clip and see what happens. All right. So she's mad. Let's get that. Gambit died. Of course, she is a hoe now. Well, she's been that for like the few episodes since we also covered it on this. So I'm not gonna again recap everything, but if you've seen the previous streams, you know she's been an ungrateful, just I would say character assassinated in a lot of ways. So let's watch this.
Stand down, Rogue. Please.
So we kind of like hear the sound effects that are used from the MCU films. And then the music also kind of resembles the Captain America theme from the movies.
Stand down, Rogue. Please.
Where's Henry Gyrick?
So yeah, she's looking for Henry Gyrick. So just like I said, Avengers number 10 was an Immortus issue, nothing to do with this that I can tell. Awesome, Sir Diesel. Thanks for joining us. We'll be needing your knowledge here, because Immortus, I have yet to read issue 10 of Avengers. I'm gonna get to that because I have like a very nice thick book of the Avengers comic books, and not to get sidetracked on that. But yeah, let's see. What was I gonna say? Yeah, the sound effects sound the same from the movies. They borrowed that, and you know, I think that's all I wanted to say for now. So he kind of, oh right, he kind of throws his shield, and he doesn't obviously aim for her. He aims for the ground, which is kind of like a warning shot. It's important because see that he might not necessarily know who it is, and it's a stranger, and he, and I think he's doing something that's fairly safe. It's an enemy base. Of course, it's a good idea to perhaps not hit the person, and so then Rogue picks up the shield.
Stand down, Rogue. Please.
Where's Henry Gyrick? He was moved out of Rikers last week.
Genosha wasn't just a mutant tragedy. It shames us all. But rampaging across the country
sorry.
dishonors those...
Did you guys hear that? It was like such a dull line delivery. It shames us all. There was no emotion in that. And I believe the guy who's voice acting him in this is John Keaton, the guy who voiced Spider-Man from the Spectacular Spider-Man series. So yeah, that's a pretty cool fun fact. Let's see. So yeah, he's
Genosha wasn't just a
kinda
mutant
forcing it
tragedy. It shames us all. But rampaging across the country dishonors those who were lost.
And tell me what America's top cop is doing all the way out here.
Okay, so she calls him America's top cop. So right away, she's pissed off. Obviously, she went through a lot. She did go through a genocide. If I can't say that word properly on the stream, that's why. So she called him America's top cop, which is kind of like a trigger for him. It would be for me, especially as a Cap fan, because it's like, who are you talking to right now? Are you not aware of who you're talking to? This is Captain America. Respect him. Kiss the boots. Silence, woman. And hand me the shield, by the way. Which is, that's going to be something that's going to piss me off in a bit. Far Lego, you heard that Kraven has been delayed to December, bro. I did, and I kind of don't care about Kraven. Kraven is the least of my concerns right now. Moodcap, and I'll be willing, you can ask me why if you kind of care to. Moodcap, I'm curious to see if they can do Scarlet Witch worse than the MCU. Hey, I liked Elizabeth Olsen's portrayal of the character. Obviously, she didn't have that much screen time to kind of be fully what she was in the comic books in the early stories, and obviously they had the mutants rights issues, so they kind of had to tiptoe around that. But then, once the WandaVision show came out, you thought that they were going to finally do right by her, and at first it was looking like that was going to be the case, but then we saw the ending of that show, and not just the ending, but in general, what they did with those characters and how she was the victim of it all, despite her being the one who imprisoned everyone in her world. So yes, I see. If I was Cap, I would have told her once, hand me back the shield. If not, then we're throwing hands. Yes, Victor, see, I agree. Because look, she asks him like, oh, so what are you doing here? And then so he cuts to this, and he's going to show her around this secret base, this secret layer. And look
I'm hoping to use Gyrick to get...
She's still holding the shield. Like, this is a huge mistake, by the way. It's like, this should have been cut, like the way this should have been cut. It's like this, except Cap should be holding the shield since, some time passed. Could you imagine, like, going into this scene before what happened, like, what were they even talking about? Like, obviously he was going to show her around, and then when he came down to her and she's holding her shield, she just walks past him probably, and it's like, give me my shield back. And I think that's something that the writers kind of don't want you to think about right now because it's going to pay off later. And that's why they need her to have the shield. But at the same time, it's kind of saying a lot about Rogue here and Cap, who is kind of scared of her, I would say. Like, if you're not going to ask her to give you back your weapon, it's just kind of like, what are you doing? You're a superpowered being who can fly, destroy tanks like we've seen. You've destroyed government property, maybe with the right, motivation and intentions in mind. But you've still done it, so you're a powerhouse in your own right. And then you kind of take away the one weapon that I have, which Captain America does not need his shield to do. I think he could take her on without it. But, she knows that it's a weapon that he uses. It's his go-to weapon. And so she's not giving it to him. So right away, this should be concerning for Cap. And I think he's kind of reading the room on this one. But still, I think it's a mistake to have that approach with Captain America, who is now throughout this entire scene going to be a wimp. Like a wimp. Maybe that's an over exaggeration because that's not what they're going to portray him as. But if you kind of look at the subtext of this scene, or like the implications of what is happening, he's scared to tell her to give me back the shield. And like Victor C said, it's we should be throwing hands at this point because what are you doing, Rogue? What are you doing? Sir Diesel, it's referencing Avengers Annual 10, which is Rogue's first appearance. Ooh, that's a nice catch. I had no idea that Rogue's first appearance was in Avengers number 10. Thank you for that reference point. Nice. See, that's pretty cool.
Our hands on Bolivar Trask. He built the Sentinels. He's the natural first suspect for that master mold in Genosha. Last week, Gyrick was transferred out of U.S. custody by some covert division in the UN. Black Book. So secret.
They love telling you about it, huh?
These sorts don't talk. Ever.
Looks like they skipped town before you got here.
Almost like they knew someone was on the hunt for Gyrick.
Who's Gyrick to these folks?
Exactly what I planned to ask him. Gyrick was transferred to a facility in Mexico City. Once I get the thumbs up, I'll lead my team to Mexico to...
So he's giving her all this information, keep in mind, right? And so right away she should be kind of like, she should at least appreciate that and know that he's kind of letting her in on what he knows, and he's willing to cooperate with her.
Apprehend Gyrick. This
And he wants to apprehend Gyrick, right?
uniform shows up in Mexico bashing heads in with you. It sends him...
And then, so yeah, she's kind of like
someone was on the hunt.
She's probably wondering, and he can kind of like read the room on this one, which is that she's probably wondering why isn't he going to come with her and help her on this mission, and he doesn't want to go because he is not afraid, but he's making the logical conclusion that if he goes, it's going to then involve a lot of people, representing America in this case. Although I think Captain America has not just represented America, but obviously, perhaps in this world, he's also kind of like working with the government, sort of, right? And obviously, like the big American flag, that has its own implications too.
For Gyrick.
Who's Gyrick to these folks?
Gyrick was the government liaison to the Avengers. Ooh, nice. Another piece of information that I had no idea. I thought that he helped develop the technology for wiping out the powers for mutants. That's kind of like a quick Google check, because I'm not like a huge X-Men guy. Like all the 90s stuff is kind of obscure to me. I'm kind of just well in touch with like some of the stuff like the Age of Apocalypse and all that stuff, but like 90s X-Men I'm totally clueless on that, which this show is taking a lot from like what happened after the series came out, the cartoon, the animated series.
Exactly what I planned to ask him. Gyrick was transferred to a facility in Mexico City. Once I get the thumbs up, I'll lead my team to Mexico to apprehend Gyrick. This uniform shows up in Mexico bashing heads in with you. It sends a message.
That you stand with mutants, unless you don't now.
Gotta do this by the book, Rogue. My hands are tied.
If your hands are tied, you won't be needing this.
Okay, so... And he seems pretty pissed, obviously. And somebody wrote in the comments like, oh, they should show the post-credit scene where he's where he's looking for his shield in the mountains, and that was kind of funny. But like, kind of, let's go back to what she did. So she told him, he told her that he can't do it for X and Y, which we understand that, but she doesn't, because she's obviously pissed. But at the same time, why isn't she asking her friends to help out on this? Obviously, they're all mourning. But then she has this whole problem with Captain America, and I guess it's in the moment, so she's asking him in the moment. But at the same time, she should understand that there are certain boundaries in place, and I can understand why she's upset. But at the same time, her whole demeanor throughout this, from beginning to end, is dismissive, even though he's kind of, letting you on the fact that he's giving you all this information, and you're not even going to take any of that. And he didn't even kind of tell you no, right? He's doing the opposite, which is that he's going to do it his way, which, has worked for better or worse. And you're gonna just tell him what to do. You're gonna explain to him what the problem is and why he shouldn't do that. So, and then, like, the first time her tone changes is when she asks him if he's with the mutant. So that's kind of manipulative as well. Throughout this entire exchange that they have, she's kind of always like dour and keeping to herself and giving the attitude. And then once, the only time she changes tone, she offers kind of like this chance at his redemption, right? Because she's holding his shield. She's the one kind of who has her hands crossed to herself. And so when she's giving him this speech, when he's giving her this speech, she's the one that's closed off. And so when she finally kind of breaks the ice, and the moment she decides to be kind of nice to him is when she tells him that, oh, you're going to be with us, right? You're going to help me out on this directly, right? And then, so that's manipulative on her part. That's what people tend to do when they're kind of like being abusive, and then when they finally like appear to be doing, like, being nice to you, it's for a reason. They want something from you. And so those are traits of a narcissist, and which is in line for Rogue in this series, since she's constantly thinking about herself, what she did to Gambit, how she kind of threw him aside because she didn't have and the feelings that he would kind of provide for her. And I mean, like, sexual, in a sexual sense, of course. She couldn't make out with him, she couldn't touch him. But then she kind of goes with Magneto, but then he's not enough for her, so she leaves him. This woman is a mess. She is annoying, and even at times when I understand where she's coming from, even then she's also like tapping into every worst possible trait that she's gotten in this show. So that's my take on this scene, and that's that. And yeah, we'll see where this goes. I think that Captain America might return for like the next few episodes, because obviously once he's been introduced here, and I'm interested to know if it's going to be with the Avengers, and if they're going to want to do an Avengers versus X-Men team up, like sorry, not team up, face off, and like a reference to that series as well. I think it might be, because like the final episode is like 3 parts, so they might do something like that. And they better not paint my guy Captain America in a negative light. I'm team Cap. Cyclops is slowly getting radicalized in this series as well. He's getting pissed off with all those reporters, and just seeing all the impact, and also seeing what happened with Madeline Pryor, his child, his mother, the mother of his child. He's going through a lot right now, and he is looking like he's going to like a very dark place. And so I do think that maybe they're going to take inspiration from the Avengers versus X-Men storyline. We'll see. And if they do that, and if, depending on how much Cap is in the next few following episodes, and I guess I'll have to watch them, because Captain America, that's why. Hey Eric, great to have you as well. Victor scene. Now, when I first saw that scene, I couldn't believe she actually did that. And if I saw her again, it's on site. You dare dismiss the information I gave you with hostile tone now? No, I'm gonna give you the same energy. And yeah, you could kind of see Captain America at the end. He was not even low-key pissed off. He was downright just angry and displeased with how she treated him back. Woodcap, lots of new X-Men stuff, just loves to make everyone as unlikable as possible. It's like the Spider-Man probably, where they keep cucking Peter. Yeah, poor Peter. But at the same time, Spider-Man comics have been finished for the past 15 years. So poor Peter, but at the same time, they refuse to have him grow. And now you kind of have the Ultimate Comic Books returning and doing their thing. But then at the same time, they brought back Uncle Ben. The art is kind of like totally whack. So it's like, I have issues with that as well. Just because it's Jonathan Hickman who has done questionable, who has written questionable stories himself. More in the indie sphere for Image. He's not perfect, okay? And even some of his Avengers stuff was kind of like a, if I'm gonna be honest, it was kind of a snooze. I was struggling to read through all of his Avengers stuff. Victor C, I couldn't have believed. Moodcap, lots of, oh, I read that one. And Steven says, pretty sure in the comics he doesn't care and it's intimate with her before, he doesn't care and is intimate with her before he discovers that ability. Are you referencing Gambit or are you referencing Magneto? Because, she's been with both of them in the comic books to their defense. But I do think that it was under different circumstances in the comic books with like the whole Age of Apocalypse. I remember reading that with the Age of Apocalypse, and I'm like, what? Rogue is with Magneto? And I was kind of grossed out by that, but somebody then told me that they aged him down. Okay, like, oh, still kind of gross, but oh well, he still has the white hair. He still looks like a grandpa. A jacked one, that tracks, but well, a grandpa is a grandpa. Sir Deedsel, they are going to turn Cyclops into the post Avengers vs. X-Men era. Agreed, and they're probably going to run with the Cyclops was right angle. And I think they're already kind of doing that with Magneto, because I think that's what I saw them post online. So yeah, we're going to kind of hop into the game, but at the same time, let's Did I just mute myself? Did I just mute myself, guys? What? How did this happen? For how long have I been muted? Because I've been talking to you guys and I felt, what? When did this happen? What? You guys can tell me how long this happened, because this has been happening, because I'm gonna kill myself if it's been for like 2 minutes. Tell me it's been like for a minute. Hopefully it hasn't been that long. So I was responding to your comments, by the way. You disappeared when you switched to the game. What? No. Dang. Did you? I read your comment about like Cyclops becoming his post Avengers vs. X-Men era. So I basically agreed with that, and I think they're gonna go with like the Cyclops is right angle, as they have been kind of teasing. Magneto is right angle. I also referenced Steven's comment. I kind of read that out loud, and I like a quick summary. I basically said that yeah, Gambit is a faithful. He's a romantic. So even though has his weird moments as Gambit as he does, he's also, since he's a romantic, he has both his weird moments and also his he's faithful, which is I guess not enough for Rogue. And Far Cry Lego says I'm not gonna read anything new from Marvel after 2015. I essentially said that, yeah, pretty much I agree in the sense that most of it is kind of bad, mostly bad. And then the few series that you think might go somewhere are missed opportunities, and they end up going off the rails. And dang, that sucks. But I think I got through all of them that I read before. I went silent. I'm not gonna read anything in the video. The whole Magneto and Rogue thing is just reminds me of Bruce Timm's gross Batman and Batgirl ship. And then Sir Diesel says that I am gone. Dang. Okay. In that case, I want to watch the. In that case, let's. You guys can tell me if. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch the other videos, but I'm gonna also be playing the game. Let's see how good I am. How my attention is. I'm gonna, my I don't know, my cognitive whatever. If I can kind of juggle between the two, the game and the.
Ah, yes,
video.
another day.
So yeah, we're gonna be. Is this the game or is this the?
Okay,
'Cause I
so
wanna
a
do
few
the
months
video
back
game
when we
first.
were covering Dave
That's Ahsoka,
Filoni's
okay. Or Ashoka? No, it's not Ashoka. It's Ahsoka. But it's like spelled in a very weird way. So the question is, how do you want me to make the game bigger, or do you want me to make? I think I should make the video slightly bigger than the game. And if anything happens story related, which I think it will happen, I'm gonna mute the video, and then we'll get back to the game. And this is going to be in reference to, of course, the video game. Hopefully that's the clip I took here. And hopefully this is big enough. Alright, so. Let me just put this on. Alright. Dang, that's crazy how I muted myself. Right, so let's hear from the Grizzly channel. This is from Grizzy, not Grizzly. Grizzy, who posts a lot of compilation videos. Nowadays, he's moved to commentary because one of you said that he is he's kind of injecting more commentary to avoid copyright strike. So yeah, this is in regards to this Star Wars Outlaws game that is coming out, and he is and yeah, there was a lot of controversy around that. But let's just watch the video. And I'll mute the game, I guess.
Another Disney Star Wars failure. Star Wars Outlaws from Ubisoft, currently sitting at 80,000 dislikes.
By the way, Ubisoft, major red flag right away. The guys who made like 15 Assassin's Creed games, we can already see they got ratioed on the Star Wars video. Obviously, thankfully, people are still saying enough. And what else? Far Cry games that are just copy and paste of every other Far Cry game. So yeah, those are the guys who are now helming your video games. Which, is it an improvement from EA? I don't think so. I think they're pretty much the same. Although EA is a bit more greedy, but Star Wars Outlaws is now doing a season pass for one mission that's in the game. Insane. It's the Jabba the Hutt mission.
To 31,000 likes.
Well done.
Now, me personally, I knew this trailer was going to be a bust from the moment it opened, because the first thing we see is fucking Canto Bite.
Oh.
Wait, you serious?
That's the planet from, that's because, yeah, okay, he's going to tell.
Remember, that's
okay.
the planet that Finn and Rose went to for that pointless B-plot in
That's
Star
crazy
Wars
they
The
would
Last
do that.
Jedi.
They
Let
doubled
me
down
laugh
on
even
it.
harder.
So I'm sure by now you all realize that the Disney Star Wars shills, NPCs, and bots will immediately be out running defense for this game. Kicking off, of course, with the completely fake and rehearsed trailer reactions.
At least that's what I hear.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Now
Yeah,
it's so
I'm sure
fake.
spitting out your drink was 100% necessary
Yeah.
there.
Fake reactor.
Have you guys ever done a spit take? I accidentally have done a spit take, and the way it's always portrayed in sitcoms, like a real spit take, it's always like somebody spits something out, but it's actually you kind of like inhaling water at the same time, and obviously when it goes down the wrong hole, the airway, you just kind of spit it out because it's like I think I laughed at something while I was drinking something, and that's when you do a spit take. And that was kind of crazy because it was like, wow, I did a spit take. So these spit takes are fake. Don't believe those guys. And this is, what's his name? Akasan. I used to watch his react videos. Yeah, I'm going to admit to that. What is he going to say?
There's fake reactions.
He lives in Japan, but he's criticizing fake reactions, so it's interesting. Kind of like he creates a lot of low quality content himself.
Let's go!
Jabba, right? Don't you think? And then a whole crew surrounding the...
Okay.
Soy face.
Oh no! Sarlacc!
Star Wars Outlaws pre-order available now.
And from there, we move on to blind praise and creating false hype by trying to galvanize their fan base.
What's up with his look, by the way? It's kind of, I don't know. I'm not digging it. Is it because he's kind of like trying to conceal his identity? Yeah, I agree. You wanted Bully 2. I think that would have been great to have Bully 2, especially because there's a lot of Bully fans. And also Steven responded to Moodcap, so I guess, oh yeah, the Batgirl and Batman stuff from the Killing Joke. I mean, Bruce Timm is a pervert. Wait, yeah, Bruce Timm. I'm starting to think that Paul Dini had a lot more to do with the success of that show than Bruce Timm did. I mean, come on, like Bruce Timm's art style, like it's awesome, right? But I'm starting to think that perhaps it was Paul Dini who had the character department, like the writing. He was definitely on top of that, and not anyone else.
To go out and support the game as well.
Guys, this is one of, if not my most anticipated game of the year. Anything that's got me going pew 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 pew.
Okay, speaking of pew 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 pew, let's kind of hide this shield girl for now, and let's bring back the game, because I think it's gonna start a cutscene for us. So I want you guys to be kind of on top of the story, not GTA 6. Okay, there we go.
You little paddy bastard! You thieving McCunt! You got it all wrong, Welsh! All wrong! It was French, I promise! He said he was going to rip you off. Now he's ripping me off! Here, keep on talking there, Irish! In about 15 more seconds, your whole world's gonna turn black!
What's up, boys?
Leave them alone, guys.
Fuck off, boyo! This don't concern you!
When a man with a sing-song voice tells me to fuck off, it always concerns me, boyo.
Look here, this petty bastard stole our gun. Tried to steal our horses. Law's clear on the matter. I never stole nothing, sir. Never did, not in all my life. That French cunt is playing with the Welshman's tiny and ineffective mind. Hush your mouth.
Anyway, you all got horses now. No one needs to die. Leave them be.
The C-U-N-T word is very offensive in UK, by the way. Like, it's one of those words. If you ever go to UK, never ever say the C-U-N-T word, because if you say that to someone, you're gonna get punched in the face. Fun fact. And I'm not speaking off like from experience, but I'm just letting you know.
Oh, boyo, the bloody cavalry.
This voice is really starting to get on my nerves, boyo.
And you're getting on my nerves.
Boyo?
Yeah.
Okay, let's punch. Whoa, we're gonna use a gun? Oh, he's gonna use one too. That's cheating. And this guy brought a knife to a gunfight? Is he... Oh... Is he insane?
Nicely done, lad. Now come help me up, will you?
First I want to loot these guys.
Mr. Nigel West Dickens said you'd help me locate a machine gun. And since I just saved your life...
I can't thank you enough for taking care of those two.
I don't even know who this guy is, honestly. I kind of forgot.
Untrustworthy, poor in personal hygiene, lacking in the finer qualities of a gentleman.
So for those wondering, it's like, who is
It'll
he?
be my pleasure.
I'm in the same
She's
boat.
magnificent government issue. It'll be a bit of a ride, but we'll get there soon enough. Follow me, fella.
Okay, I think we can go back to the video now, but let's read some of the comments.
Alrighty, me guardian angel, this way.
So yeah, I do
Go on
agree.
then. Let's find
I mean, GTA 6, people have been waiting for that for a while now, and I think anything Rockstar does nowadays is probably going to be cursed. It's going to be cursed because of the employees who have left the company, which some pretty big names have like left the company, to be honest. And I think Red Dead Redemption kind of, they worked on that after the first one, which was, it came out in 2010, and then they did the On Dead Nightmare stuff, right? And so then that's who worked on that game. Like a lot of people who worked on the first game worked on the second game. Let's make this a bit bigger. I'm muting the game. You guys will probably still be able to see the subtitles if you want to kind of read along, but I don't know how that's going to work for you guys, since these, it's going to be hard to read and listen, but yeah. But yeah, I don't think Rockstar will put out anything that's going to be of quality, so, or it's probably going to be kind of bad, and some of the stuff that leaked looked pretty bad, and the main character becoming a woman, and the guy, right? But still, that kind of, I mean, I don't mind it, but I think that kind of tells you where their priorities like there are tells. And with the Fallout show, when they decided to go with a female character protagonist, and with the Halo show, when they decided to put a lot of female characters into that show, even though it makes no sense, and with The Witcher, who made that show about Geralt, I can just go on and on about this, and you guys even know it yourselves. So let's continue watching these shows, and you can tell me what you think about this game, because I think obviously it looks bad. The main character is ugly. The voice actress looks great, obviously, but they constantly make these actresses in these video games look like total wrecks in comparison to what they are. They masculinize them, and I'm looking for this clip and I can't find it, which means it's probably here. Haha, found it.
Pew pew, sign me up.
I gotta say, the concept of this is enough for me to go, I might even pre-order this.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say not a good idea.
Whoever pre-orders, this isn't even for this. Like, whoever pre-orders has some kind of mental handicap, okay? Do not pre-order games. It's not worth it. You're just incentivizing people who are going to screw you over. And a lot of people pre-order games. You'd be surprised how many people pre-order like the AAA games, at least those. That's a lot of people. Like, they sometimes make up the majority of the sales that they report in their first month. Like, they say, we sold this many copies in like the first day, the first week, the first 14 days. A lot of that is going to be, sometimes it's going to be even a majority of that is going to be pre-orders. Fun fact. So a lot of people still pre-order, and I guess it's those who kind of don't care about or are not really into like any of this YouTube criticism, and they don't really go online, so they just buy whatever.
Idea, bro, especially coming from Ubisoft.
$70 is the base game is just the game itself. $100, honestly, would still be reasonable.
Wow, so this guy is willing to pay $100 for just the standard edition.
Yikes.
What an idiot!
This whole channel is just a walking, talking advertisement for Disney Lucasfilm.
I like the part where we got to see someone else frozen in carbonite, just like Han Solo was in, pretty sure it was The Empire Strikes Back.
These people are just fishing for compliments. They have nothing interesting to say, so they're kind of lost. And Hosky told us we were gone for like 30 seconds, which is good too. It's a good that it was 30 seconds at least, like no more than 30 seconds. I meant to say, sorry. Yeah, kind of like ugly MJ Spider-Man.
Chris, we'll start with you. What'd you think of this trailer?
I love this. I'm really excited. Well, one, because it's an open world Star Wars game.
And because it's an open world game,
by
that
Ubisoft?
Also means to these people that this is Grand Theft Auto in a galaxy far, far away.
It's basically
does not play
Grand Theft Auto plus Star Wars.
Oh,
I know.
I really think it's gonna be Grand Theft Auto like.
Yeah, GTA meets
Why would anyone want that?
Red Dead, and that's it in a nutshell right there.
Fuck off.
All right, now let's get into the main character. More importantly, how if you have just a little bit of fun at this fictional character's expense on Twitter, the pro-Disney NPCs and bots will come for you.
Oh,
She
hold on.
looks perfectly fine. You just hate women. You guys had 9 months and now decide to share your brain-dead takes on how a character should look. You sick MFers have never met a woman, and it shows because Kay Vess looks gorgeous.
The main character does not look gorgeous by any means. I think the actress does. And every time they make these complaints about how, oh, you guys have never just seen a real woman go touch grass or something, they're not really making a case for themselves, because the reference point that they're using, the woman that they're using, which again is a real woman, is much prettier than this. They go out of their way to masculinize these women, and it's been well documented with several characters. Now I'm kind of blanking on them, but obviously Abby was one of them, where they kind of, minimize their breasts. They make their shoulders broader, give them more muscle tone, and so it's been documented that that's what they do. And I forget which company, somebody kind of reported on that, but that was pretty interesting. By the way, there's a cutscene happening, so let's watch that. And I'm gonna have to move this over here. Whatever. All right.
Fellas, if they give you trouble, the gun's stored just inside that shack.
What about you helping me out?
I'll cover you from the ridge. I'm better from long range. It'll be a piece of cake.
Excuse me,
Trust
sir.
me.
So, should we search for the cabin for a machine gun? Fine, let's do that. Alright. Let's see, this is 3 minutes and 35 seconds in. We'll remember that. And let's go on this mission. Let's see what happens. We're gonna screw this up. I'm just telling you guys this right now. So yeah, I like the whole open world aspect. And people who want, can I go faster? Yes, I can. Nice. People who want an open world Star Wars game and they think Grand Theft Auto. Why would you want that? Why would you want that?
You ain't welcome here, mister. Move along.
Did they see me?
Back off now before I put a
Okay,
hole in your skull.
okay, let's go.
God damn it.
No, dude, what the flip? Didn't you see me go on a horse? Ah, this game. I'm gonna kill Far Cry like with his common skill issue. Return to the camp, that's where I'm coming back to. It's stupid because he clearly saw me leave. Whatever, I have the high ground now. Let's just hopefully I don't fall off this cliff. Keep running, dude. Why is he so slow? Okay, we got this. Who is he? Where is he? There he is. Nope. We got this. Die, die, die. We have the high ground. We're winning on this. And is there anyone else here? There he is. This is kind of cheating. And I think on hard mode you don't get to do any of that. And I think I saw one more person, 2 more people. Okay. Oh, you again? Oh, he's you guys see how he was walking? He had a limp. One more guy, come on. And this didn't have to turn out this way, okay? I wanted it differently. There he is. Oh, that was stupid of him. Oh, I'm... Ah.
You're making a big mistake, friend.
Okay. Yeah, let's go back to the clip, because now it's going to be quiet for a while. At least the game. Wow. Let's see. He was about to 7-8 solid years of. Oh yeah, we had like 7-8 years of solid AC games. Is that true? Is that true really? Because you know, the first game was kind of, it aged poorly. So did, I would say, okay, I'll say every single AC game has aged poorly, in the sense that the combat is just, it's, I don't want to make this about AC right now, but you know, like combat, some of like the traversal when it comes to getting next to the ledges, all that, all the little stuff just infuriates you when you play a game. And that's that, you know. And then what, like AC2, I guess it had a better story. That whole trilogy with Ezio was, I never finished it because I was just so done with Brotherhood when one of the missions did not go, and I guess it was a skill issue. Okay, whatever. It doesn't change the fact that the game could have been better optimized when there were other games at the time that were better optimized. At the same time, I do admire that the Ubisoft basically took the open world genre to like the next level in terms of what it could be, and recreating those worlds was a feat of its own, you know. I will constantly, till this day, praise them for recreating Notre Dame, the cathedral in France, right? And they used whatever they had to, the people in France were like the architects. Once the chapel the cathedral got destroyed, they reused, you know, what they had in those, they had in the game. They took inspiration from the game to rebuild the cathedral, and of course they couldn't do everything from the game, but or at least the game couldn't depict everything because of copyrights and like trade. Oh my gosh, dude, no jump scares, you clown. Oh, you are back. Let's shoot you in the ass or the crotch. Ooh, I did not hesitate. That's right, loser. That's right. That's right.
Don't think you'll be wanting this no more, friend.
Anyway, yes. Anyway, that's what I said. So I think, you know, I do admire what Assassin's Creed was able to do, but it has its low points for me.
Not here. That lion sack of shit.
What does the game want me to do now? Go back? Go find him? I assume that's what they want me to do. We're gonna go back and find him, and we're gonna punch him. Where's the eye? There he is. He's far off, but we need to handle this mano a mano. Yeah. I've heard rumors that the reason they look ugly is to appeal to the alphabet community. Yes, the trans community specifically, because it's less offensive to them. And so instead of appealing to the male gaze, they appeal to the trans gaze. And then that's Moodcap who said that. Steven says it's because those working in the game are insecure about their looks. That's a possibility. If we saw the self-insert of MJ in Spider-Man 2, which Moodcap in the references, they also had Neil Druckmann's self-insert Scrabby. Yeah, that game had a lot of self-inserting from Neil Druckmann, who is from Israel, as some of you may know, and he put a lot of his attention to that in his visuals and a lot of story beats. Star Wars just couldn't work with the GTA formula, since a big appeal of Star Wars is traveling between planets, so you'd either be locked to one planet or various small planets. Yeah, we saw kind of how what's the game's name? How Starfield. Reload your page, your stream. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the interruption, because I think we just had one. OBS told me that we disconnected. So I agreed with Hosky on Twitch, who said that it's criminal to pay $100 for a video game, because especially a lot of them are not finished. The state of video games has diminished in quality. That's a fact. And you still need to play Black Flag. I think that is the AC for you. I think that might be it, the AC for me. I've heard a lot of good things about that because it introduces a lot of new systems. Wouldn't people of any identity want to look at pretty people though? I guess, but pretty,
Ah, yes, another day, another Disney
hold on,
Star
hold on.
Wars failure. Star Wars Outlaws.
And now my, oh, okay, sorry. Hopefully we're back, because, I did not want this to end like this. Pretty reinforces, what is it that they call them? White beauty standards? And white beauty standards reaffirm, you know, they'll always find the reason, is what I'm trying to say. They'll always find a reason to cry about something, which I guess you could say about
More
anyone.
importantly, how if
So, but we're doing it with the right logic and argumentation skills in mind. We are being as honest as we can be. These guys are not, and a lot of them are evil. Keep that in mind, guys. They're evil. So, you don't trust these guys because they don't want what's best for you. They want you to chop your kids' genitals. They want you to put on dresses when it's when you're a man. They want you to mutilate yourself. They want women to pretty much be eradicated, and men, they want them to be the same. So I think it's pretty clear who has the moral high ground here, and that's not. Okay, we're back. I don't even know. This is the stuff that I despise. Okay, let me know if we're back. The issue should be fixed now. Okay. All right. Starting now. Okay, issue should be. All right. Okay, guys. I don't even know if I'm talking to anyone at this point because of all the interruptions, which is a shame because we had a thing going on here. Okay, guys, it should be fine now. We should be back. And I don't know if I'm probably repeating myself, but depending on where the stream picks up, YouTube is trying to stop from talking about it, bro. Yeah. But guys, I think it should be fixed now. I fixed it because I had something else that was probably interrupting my connection, and I closed it, which is weird because it wasn't on before. So I'm getting hacked. No, just kidding. But we're back. We're back. And that's that. Okay, good. In that case, dang. Okay, seems fine for now. Good. Awesome. Sweet. We kind of lost people here because of that, but oh well. We'll carry on, and hopefully others join later, or somebody else will rejoin. All right, let's watch this video.
Spence on Twitter, the pro Disney NPCs and bots will come for you. She looks
What was that? Hold on. Oh yeah, we kind of saw that already.
perfectly fine. You just hate women. You guys had 9 months and now decide to share your brain-dead takes on how a character should look. You sick MFers have never met a woman, and it shows because Kay Vess looks gorgeous. I gotta tell you, bro, only weirdos think Kay Vess is attractive. And yes, I've brought proof of this.
We know that I love my women with electro tattoos.
The what? Electro tattoos?
I genuinely think y'all have brains the size
Electro
of rocks,
tattoos?
and I can't take you MFers anymore.
I'm sorry, what? Did she say electro tattoos? Am I not... Is there something that I'm not aware of that I should know about? Electro tattoos. Okay.
She's not the hottest chick in the world, but I think she looks cute. You know, she just looks like you know, an average chick.
She looks like
you
a
know,
goblin.
Nice eyes.
If that is a woman, it does look like she was beaten with an ugly stick.
Pixie Kittle Pronouns and Alphabet People Rights says, I always find it funny the people who judge others and their looks the most never have posts of what they look like online. It's always very telling that they project their own insecurities on others, even more so when
This guy
it's
tried
a
to steal my
fictional
horse.
character. What did I say earlier? Kay Vess is a fictional character, which you admit in this post. She's not real. And these people are so unhinged, they come after you like you're...
This guy tried to steal my horse. He was like, "Oh, can I help? Can you help me here?" And then I'm like, "Oh, okay, fine." And I kind of felt that he was kind of doing something because he kept running. You know what? I'm gonna steal from him. But yeah, that happened.
criticizing a real person.
I already know the fucking gamer bros are gonna be mad because it's like, oh my god, another female. Ugh.
Wow. Oh, and by the way, this guy has almost the same exact nose ring as Julie Louise.
Get over it.
If Alien came out today, these morons would complain that Sigourney Weaver, quote, looks like a man. Two things. First of all, you're wrong. Second, the bigger issue here is that Disney and Ubisoft are going out of their way to make this character ugly. The woman on the left is the model they used to make this character. And rather than taking the easy route and just adapting her appearance to build the character, they chose instead to spend what I assume is a large amount of time and money just to make her uglier. And to normal people like you and I, that's fucking weird.
That's the modern gaming cycle. We get outraged at something, but then what ends up happening? We end up accepting it.
No, we don't. Speak for yourself.
It. What, like we all accepted Suicide Squad killed the Justice League?
Exactly. If anything, like the cycle is you guys, the shills who defend everything and anything that comes out from these companies. That's the cycle, and it's well documented now. When you kind of look at the Access Media and how they get reviews, early access to reviews, and that's a reward for them. They get access to exclusive interviews, and everything matters for these guys. They want to attend those premieres. They want to be there. They want to be in the industry, so to speak, even though it's not really in the industry. But it's an incentive that they have admitted. One critic even said it himself, that it is something that they're willing to, sometimes even willing to go easy on movies if it means that they can get something from it.
And I'm just going to say, in conclusion, that it's not outside the realm of possibility that Star Wars Outlaws will be Disney Lucasfilm and Ubisoft's Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Please make sure you smash that like button before you get out of here. Subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't already. Let's hit...
That's a huge statement to make. Like, I don't think that's going to happen, because the Suicide Squad game was downright awful. So to go that low, to reach such a low like that is... What is this guy doing? Hold on, this is suspicious. So we finished this video. Good. Let's close it. And let's kind of go back here for like a minute or two, because this guy, the last guy tried to steal from us. Oh, bandits. That one is limping again. Hey, can we help you? What do you want? Oh, I guess they want us to take down the bandits. Okay, let's do that while we get to the next video. I thought he was going to steal from us again. Alright, the next video is Shields reacting to the Star Wars Ahsoka show. Tell me, guys, if you have watched it. Hosky on Twitch says, Naughty Dog, right? They did that crap a lot in The Last of Us. Yes, they did a lot of that with their female characters. Hosky says, I realize I can't call out lurkers. It's not good for streamers. What do you mean by that? Like, lurkers as in people who watch the streams but don't say anything, right? Let's see what is happening here. This was the video we watched.
Okay, so a few months back when we were covering Dave Filoni's Ahsoka series, a lot of you were asking me in the comments, Mr. Grizzy, where the hell are the soy boys?
Probably all on their periods.
The usual suspects.
Where is the screaming, yelping, let's go broad?
Let's go!
Where's fake Padme? What about her?
I fingered myself so hard, broke a nail.
What the frick?
I love how he's able.
What is wrong with you?
Well,
he's able to always find the perfect clip for whatever's happening. Sometimes he's able to match the clip, that's the movement and the behaviors of the person with the video that he's showing. So that's always brings joy to me. Yeah.
And some of the others were proudly on strike with SAG-AFTRA.
I was purposefully
What?
not releasing these reactions during the SAG-AFTRA and WGA
What?
strikes.
And we're
What? I do think that some people, YouTubers, if you like worked as an actor on a YouTube show or like a YouTube video, apparently you would be considered a scab. A scab is a person who works during the strike. Like if an actor works for a movie, for example, does work for a indie movie, that's considered a scab, which is ironic because the guild for actors decided that they were going to give out like these exceptions to certain people in certain indie filmmakers, and then it became a lot. They started giving out those exceptions to a lot of like companies. Then, like I think Rachel Zegler had a movie that got like I forget what it was called. Is it a pink slip? I don't even remember. But they were able to record stuff during the strike, and that was the decision from the actors. So, but YouTubers who review stuff, now that's different. Now you got to be a next level show to do that, and I'm kind of impressed now.
sitting on this, so I don't know when you are watching this right now
Yeah.
because of the current actors and writers strike that's currently happening right now.
So basically, you all chose to brown
But I think
nose a
that's
bunch of
bullcrap,
Hollywood
honestly.
elites rather than provide content to your own viewers.
Not a great plan.
And you also thought I'd forget about you when you finally did decide to watch the show?
Oh, hell no!
So I'm sure you all remember this scene and Disney's weird obsession with their
Yeah.
main characters surviving lightsaber
Every single
impalements.
time. There are characters who survive the lightsaber attacks, and it's ridiculous at this point.
Just to get a shock reaction from the shills.
Yes.
What? Holy ouch! Oh my, ow!
And some, like this guy, are so stupid they buy into it and call it a great plot twist.
Way to go. Because that was the first time in Star Wars television that I think I've been legitimately shocked by something.
And then, after realizing that this was just a giant fake out,
Boom. Oh, she's fine.
they proceed
Yeah,
to
obviously.
defend the show and use their own headcanon to try and make it make sense.
Maybe Ahsoka knows force healing.
It wasn't a lethal hit. It wasn't a lethal hit.
Well, if we know anything from Boba Fett, we can get metal guts.
Sure.
Just pop in
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, welcome to the Mod Squad, Sabine.
Okay, they need to perform some like Ray healing magic on her. Yeah.
Maybe Grogu taught Ahsoka force healing.
Maybe Grogu taught Ahsoka force
The whole,
healing.
the
Get
whole
the
healing
fuck
thing was obviously made up for Rise of the Skywalker, and it's kind of crazy that no one else in the Star Wars universe knew about that except for none other than Rey, who came up with that power suddenly. I think it was set up in The Mandalorian, but again, that happens after the fact, before it, right? But it's still, you have a huge history of Jedi and people who are more skilled than a baby and more skilled than Rey, right?
out of here.
You're a stupid dumbass.
And I just want to reiterate real quick. George Lucas lightsabers able to melt through metal blast doors. Disney lightsabers can't even melt through human tissue. Moving on.
Buying into Anakin Skywalker, key jiggling.
That shot! Oh my god, dang!
Don't you be coming out all Vadery! Do it.
Vader! That was like a
Whoa! What a shot!
People have actually called this the best shot in Star Wars history. And it means absolutely nothing in terms of the story.
Exactly.
It's just a visual. And these people hype them.
I mean, you can obviously have a great visual, and it can be all aesthetics. And come on, it's like, it's kind of like it's more nostalgia bait. And so if you're going to say that's kind of like the perfect shot for Star Wars, it's ridiculous. Because all that they've been doing is nostalgia bait. If this was perhaps maybe something even new, and, you know, the whole effect has worn off, and at the same time, it's like, what does it indicate in terms of the story? Nothing. It doesn't really make sense for him to flash, since it is his, I don't know why this horse doesn't want to get skinned. But he refuses, and I will not skin him as a result. Very well, horse. What was I saying? Yeah, it doesn't make sense for him to kind of Vader. I guess since this is taking the whole dream sequence, it's like somewhat of a dream sequence, right? It makes no sense. Wait, the other guy just left. Left this guy. Okay, I guess he's dead. But yeah, no, it doesn't make sense however you look at it. Is she kind of looking at it from her perspective and her experiences, perhaps? But then at that point she knows that Vader kind of redeemed himself. Or she should know that, since she knows Luke, and hopefully everyone would know that. But then again, in The Force Awakens, Kylo Ren was obsessed with Vader, so apparently nobody knew of his great sacrifice that he made at the end. So it's now that's like retake for like the entire sequel trilogy. So that's that. You sent me a Suicide Squad video. All right, I'll take a look at it. Depending if it's related to what we're talking about. If anything, as I said, we're gonna do it for the next stream. The Suicide Squad game will most likely shut down Rocksteady. I don't think it will, although it should. That would be a sight to behold. I miss the EU, says Steven. I wish we got the Yu Zhang, Vong, and Mara Jade. Yeah, I only know Mara Jade, who was like Luke's girlfriend. You failed to stop the crime. The thief got away. I didn't even know that there was a thief. But yes, I miss all those old stories, says Moodcap. Yes, I wasn't a huge EU guy, because I wasn't even like a huge Star Wars fan then. And I guess I'm still not, like, I wouldn't call myself a devoted Star Wars fan. I think it would be dishonest for me to kind of attach myself to that, but I do respect Star Wars, and I do enjoy their movies. So, yeah.
Themselves up so much to the point that it actually gets sexual.
What?
Oh, I thought Darth Vader. Oh my God.
Yeah, I got an erection.
How do you even think of that at that moment?
You guys are fags. And then, when they're finally done coming all over themselves, they come out and proclaim that Ahsoka Episode 5 is one of the best episodes of Star Wars content, period.
That was one of the most satisfying episodes of Star Wars of anything Star Wars I've ever seen.
That was everything I have ever wanted.
The most hyped event, most hyped episode in Star Wars history.
And she takes it a step further, saying that this show, along with Obi-Wan Kenobi of all things, quote, changed her life forever.
Remember in Kenobi, when the Kenobi first premiered in episode 2, and we get that shot of Anakin at the very end, and it's absolutely insane, and my life was changed forever, and I had to chug like 50 gallons of water because I couldn't even comprehend what was happening, and
Yes, I do remember because it was one of the fakest and cringiest
Nobody ever
reactions
says
I've
that.
ever
Even
had
kids
on
who
this channel.
were fans of this stuff when they saw Star Wars for the first time, these Star Wars, which back then was like extremely influential, and it blew people's minds away. Even kids weren't saying stuff like, "Oh, I can't drink water now because of it." It's like the target audience that this is even supposed to be for, which it isn't, because kids no longer watch Star Wars really. It's mainly these old people who, I want to say that they're acting like children, but I can't even say that because children don't even act like this. They didn't say this stuff when they were kids, when they watched something that they liked. And I would bet you that a lot of these people didn't even care for Star Wars. Not like I have any room to talk here, but I would tell you this, that, just here's the thing. They wouldn't even care about nerd culture in general, okay? And so it's telling, like this woman here, I have my doubts, okay? There is some story beat here. I'm going to confront this loser who misguided me. I think he ran off once we kind of killed those guys. So let's see. This clip is at 4 minutes. Okay, so let's hide you for now. And let's settle this like old man. Victor C, can you send a link to his channel? Of course, I will do that right now.
Where are you? Oh, who do you want? I see you. Get away from me.
Right here. Where's that machine gun, Irish?
Oh, Mr. Marston. I found you one.
Found us one, Irish. We're in this together. You, me, and an assault on Fort Mercer. I'm the guy that saved you from getting killed back there, and who you owe your life to, remember?
Not really. Happens to me all the time.
You don't want it to happen to you again, do you, Irish?
No, friend. I wants to buy you a drink. I wants to tell you how much you means to me, how special you is.
And I want to tell you that if you don't produce a Gatling gun within the hour, you'll wish you'd been killed back there.
It's the whiskey, sir. It gives me the memory of a newborn babe, as innocent as can be.
And it makes me violently angry. Shall we go look for that gun, sir?
Yes. Let's do that.
All right.
Not a feller to give up easy.
I think this guy's a con man as well. Oh gosh. Excuse me, I'm Batman. I just took a drink of water and it went down the wrong hole. Okay. I still sound like I have a frog in my throat. There we go. We're getting back to my old self. Let's mute this game again. And bring this back up. Although I feel like something's going to happen any minute now. So. Oh well.
Okay, so a few months back when we were covering
4 minutes. There we go.
God, how low do your standards have to be to say something like that? And if you thought that was bad...
Wait, what did she say?
And cringiest reactions I've ever had on this channel in 2 years of doing this.
I feel like the exact same way. I haven't felt this since that episode where I've just been like, Star Wars will not be the same.
God, how low do your standards have to be to say something like that? And if you thought that was bad...
Moodcapper, you'll never see huge lines at another Star Wars premiere ever again. Facts. Couldn't have said it better. That's really what's going to happen. Disney has totally diminished what the brand used to mean, and to a lot of people, the characters, and they ruined it. I wonder how the Grogu and Mandalorian movie is going to do, because I think that's their best shot at having a successful movie. Everything else looks like it's going to fail. And they know it, since they're not producing any movies right now. All of them are kind of getting canceled. So, that's kind of telling. They know this themselves. They don't even want to do a second trilogy because they don't even know what to do. They threw away George Lucas's trilogy script for the sequel trilogy. They threw that out the window to tell their own story, which they had not. They didn't even plan it properly. They didn't even plan their trilogy, and that's what they get. And even though they had somebody who kind of gave them an outline of what they wanted to see, George Lucas, of all people, crazy. And instead of maybe doing something like introducing Rey in the next trilogy, they kind of just went with Rey straight away, and now they get what they deserve. And also produced a lot of awful TV shows, destroyed a lot of characters like Obi-Wan, Boba Fett, and everyone else pretty much. Even Luke, who, it's I forget, people just kind of like, what did he do right? Like, when they have him appear in, what was the show? It was Mandalorian, and then he becomes the last Jedi version of Luke. It's just a total mistake. What they did to him in general. Mark Hamill's reaction to what they did to his character always gets me. Even though I'm not like a huge Star Wars guy, even though I'm like, you can see that this guy very much cared about it, and I know what it's like to care about like certain characters. So to see him kind of like break on set, it might be something we might want to watch since we're referencing it. So yeah, I'll try to find that clip as well.
That's always the frustrating thing about Hayden Christensen is a really good cast for an Anakin Skywalker.
Yes.
It's just the direction was so bad from George that he just didn't know what to do.
Just typical Disney Star Wars shills. You gotta tear down George Lucas and the prequels in order to elevate Disney Star Wars. They do it all the time.
This and Obi-Wan are doing more for the Darth Vader, Anakin.
They're not doing anything
than the prequels ever did.
They're just kind of like referencing to Anakin, and that's it. That's all they're ever referencing. Because what else are you going to do with Darth Vader? His story kind of ended. You can only do prequel stories, but at the same time, you shouldn't really touch that, since you're going to mess with a lot of the things if you ever go back. I guess they could always go in between the events of episode 1 and episode 2, but maybe I shouldn't be giving them ideas. But at the same time, it's like, what are you going to do with him? You can always contrive a story, but at the same time, it's not really going to be what people will show up for. And even from a marketing perspective, what are you going to sell them on? Like a young indie series, young Indiana Jones series, that's been a thing. You're going to do that with Anakin Skywalker. It's not going to work.
What are you talking about? Kenobi enhanced Vader? Vader was written horribly in Kenobi. They made him look like an idiot for not finishing off Obi-Wan the first time they met. He got...
Yeah. And like the reason why that fight even finished, I don't even remember how it finished, but I remember being just totally taken back by whatever happened in that fight sequence. And I don't even remember, but I remember just being kind of like taken back by how nonsensical it was.
Got less screen time than Reva, and then finally at the end he takes another L. How does that enhance his lore, you fucking clown?
Yeah.
And what's being added to the lore in Ahsoka? We get nothing but nostalgia bait filler and some visuals that you guys cream in your pants over.
Holy shit!
And speaking of visuals, smash the like button if you think that this visual from Revenge of the Sith is better than the supposed best visual.
Even the one where he kind of like threatens the young Padawans, that's always, that's haunting you till the end of times. Especially if you're a kid watching that, that's gonna haunt you. And that's a great shot, when he unleashes his lightsaber on the kids. That sounded wrong, but when he, scares that little kid, and apparently, like, the real life story was that he screamed at them in the scene, so it was an authentic reaction. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's also come on, Luke, at the beginning of like the first Star Wars film, when he's like the binary sunset, you got John Williams' score. You can't compete with that stuff that they constantly try to compete against and not compete, but they're constantly trying to harken back to it with Rey in the first film and then in the last film for the trilogy. That those shots have they stick, and I think also there's a reason why they copy them and why they had a huge impact on a lot of people. And also the one shot where it kind of seems like Vader is in space and then he turns his helmet, that's another iconic shot. So yeah, this is just more fan service that kind of doesn't mean anything, and it's just there to kind of make the fans get wet, borrowing from Deadpool. And even then, I think Rogue One did a better job with the Darth Vader visuals of him lighting up the lightsaber in that dark hallway. That was great. That was great. Even though I did not like Rogue One that much, that was just top notch. That's what, when it comes to fan service, at least it suits in the moment and it's a great visual. So I agree with this guy. Mark Hamill played Joker too long. He lost his mind. Yeah, he became, I think is it safe to say that Mark is a Marxist? I think it is. I think he said something about like the people who makes coffee should own the coffee or something, at Starbucks, for example. Seeing these soy-filled losers might make me like the Star Wars girl even more. Everyone including minor characters got destroyed by Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah. Oh, I always call him Allahu Akbar. But yeah, he also got wrecked and killed off. And also going back on like the Star Wars girl comment. Do you not like her? I mean, I don't really follow her. I see her in some streams when she's like a guest star in some of them, but I don't really follow her. I know that she posts a lot of cosplays, which is kind of like, to me, it's always odd since she also got married recently. It's like, you're gonna cosplay as Slave Leia? Come on. It's like, okay, whatever. You do you, but then it's like, no. Moodcap. He lets Vader live despite the fact that he hadn't surrendered, meaning Obi-Wan is now indirectly responsible for everyone Vader kills afterwards. That is something that is on his hands. I think that might have been it. Maybe there was something else. I would have to go back to that scene to tell you exactly what the problem was. Because, I always have like a good memory for how I felt about something and that it made sense. But if you ask me like, okay, then tell us what the problem was, I'd have to go back to this scene because it's been a while and I tried to kind of erase all the garbage that comes into my head. So I just tried to ignore it. All right. Yeah.
Well, in all of Star Wars, according to the shills and the media.
With a top left back and the sunshine shining.
Dave Filoni,
bow down to the master.
Oh, this is so rad. This is what I wanted to see.
God, literally acting like a cheerleader.
Dave Filoni, of course you would give this to us, you bastard.
Because Rebels is probably one of my favorite things that Star Wars has done.
What? World Between Worlds, you know what that is?
No.
Only Dave Filoni does, but people will tell him he's wrong because they think that they know more than the guy who created the thing.
No, people are just pointing out that it's been executed terribly, and it really seems like Dave Filoni doesn't even know what it is, and that he's just making shit up as he goes along.
Given the context, Dave Filoni knows that he understands that there's going to be a lot of people who come into this show who have not seen Rebels. Yeah,
And you're right, Adam. He's doing a good job of filling in those blanks, of filling in the context for why things are important.
So this is their episode 1 review, and Soy number 3 just said that Dave Filoni has done a good job filling in the blanks for those who haven't seen Rebels. Now let's see how many times in future episodes these 3 idiots contradict that statement. Ready, set, go.
Hector, you need to watch Rebels.
Oh!
Is this the world between worlds?
Yes!
Home.
Yeah, World Between Worlds. Not everyone's gonna know what that is.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal for anybody who's seen Star Wars Rebels.
Oh, okay.
This was like deep rebel stuff. Like this was deep rebel stuff.
But you were just praising.
I also remember what's it called from Rebels. There was also that one scene where they had helicopter lightsabers. So ridiculous. Oh, something's happening. We're gonna shoot out people again.
The entrance is plain to see, and there's a shaft them bastards used to haul out heavy ore. You,
Again?
use that lift to get you and the gun to the surface. I do it all myself, but the mines play havoc with me sinuses. I'll find us a fine place to hide these horses, and then return with a borrowed flat wagon.
I'll meet you at the mouth of the mine shaft. And Irish,
This guy
I
is.
strongly advise you don't run off this time.
Yeah. I was gonna say. Can I walk in there? You can use Deadeye to take out multiple targets quickly. Enter Deadeye, then sweep crosshair.
Kill that bastard!
Oh no, wrong weapon. I'm using Deadeye, guys.
You're making a big mistake.
What happened? I was trying to use Deadeye. Oh my.
You're trespassing. State your business or move along.
I'm done.
Quit bleeding and start praying. Do not make me kill
Get down and we'll stay this way. Woodcap says he lets Vader live despite the fact that he didn't surrender, meaning, oh, I read that one. Oh, Daniel Craig and his wife apparently told their kid not to watch Star Wars because it's dead. Oh, I agree with that. Do they know I'm here? Oh, okay. Yeah, they know about me.
I chose a bad spot here. Are you out of your goddamn mind? You don't want to do this, my friend.
Okay, anyone else saw me? No? Okay, good. Yeah, let's read the comments. Anakin looking back with yellow eyes from the reverse of the Sith was inspired by the art of Lucifer crying. Was it? They look very different. Also, a great shot is, of course, from Revenge of the Sith when Darth Vader screams, and then right before that, when he screams no, there's also you see how he gets kind of created almost. It's a unsettling sight to behold, and I would say that's another story related shot that blows the water out of this thing. Oh, sorry, blows this thing out of the water. Mark Hamill is my favorite Joker because of on and off screen he's a clown. Moodcap. Steven says, no, I like her. I like the Star Wars girl. Seeing those losers makes me like her even more. She's more consistent in criticizing Disney Star Wars than Star Wars Theory, who gives Disney way too many chances. It's kind of his shtick, and he's audience captured, which means that a lot of the people who follow him are Star Wars fans, because he used to always, I guess all these people, they were Star Wars fans, but a lot of people who started YouTube, they started criticizing Disney with what they did to Star Wars, but with certain channels like Star Wars Theory, you have an instance of a guy who did start out liking those series, and he has a long history of covering Star Wars stuff. So a lot of people who watch his videos are, let's say, less in tune with the criticisms that people generally have, or his content is more milk toast, and even his criticisms tend to be more of that. And I think the one thing that sort of broke him out of it was, I think his audience turn on him was because he criticized the ending of one of the shows. I think it was Obi-Wan and maybe Boba Fett. So people kind of turned on him, and that sort of pushed him out of favor with his audience. But he's still in a lot of ways trying to appeal to them, and that's why he is very soft on them. And you can't really count on those people in terms of being on like having the same objective and knowing what must be done, which is you got to criticize these guys because they don't care, and you got to do that. And the stuff that they do and insert into their shows, and the distaste that they have for their audiences is downright disrespectful, and it should not be downplayed. That's that. And I guess some people just feel like they are, they're already audience captured. They're already kind of locked into this milk toast position, and that's probably where he is right now. And that's not to make excuses for him. I think that's all the reason to criticize him even more for that, to encourage him to be better with his criticisms and be more honest. Because obviously he's penting up, he's like withholding in a lot of thoughts, as sometimes should be the case, but he's not always being honest with himself and the audience. Steven Rebels was a 2-pack of ass. The best new character in that show died, and they didn't do him justice. Ezra is a contradictory mess of a character. Sabine is a borderline Mary Sue. Also, yeah, the Inquisitors were Team Rocket level villains with those goofy lightsabers. The only interest generated from Ezra and Sabine were fans thinking that they were or could be in love. Yeah, that's one. I only know some stuff from the Rebels era, but again, not something I was very particularly interested in, because I always assumed the animated stuff was kind of whack for Star Wars. Blame me, or maybe don't have it out against me, but I just always assumed that maybe was the wrong assumption to make, but I never just watched those for that reason. I might be wrong. Clone Wars was very popular with a lot of people, and I did watch a few episodes that I enjoyed, so there's that. And that sort of changed my mind on some of that stuff. And so, yeah. You are truly awful, says RB. Yes. Steven says the show was too lazy to confirm or deny that, and naturally the fans that care about it for some reason were let down by Ahsoka. IDK why they expected a payoff for that. How are you this bad? It's not even early in the game. I don't know, I'm trying to maintain both the stream and play the game at the same time. And yeah, I guess I'm just born naturally to be awful at this game. To be to your defense, I think in general, even when I was paying attention, I was sometimes having issues with this game. I don't know why. Well, you can go back. Sometimes the game was going crazy, honestly. Like a lot of NPCs were kind of like disappearing, and yeah, it was kind of weird. Anyway, plus like some of the missions, like walking around with cows, the cattle, not the most exciting stuff. All right.
Dave Filoni for not making Rebels a must-watch prior to Ahsoka.
That there's going to be a lot of people who come into this show who have not seen Rebels.
Yeah.
And you're right, Adam. He's doing a good job of filling in those blanks, of filling in the context for why things are important.
Filoni does not explain in Ahsoka what the world between worlds is.
I really wish you'd finish Rebels before we started this. This is the world between worlds.
Okay.
So I guess it just falls under the category of...
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Yeah, she's got speed, she's got the move, she's got the muscle and a whole lot to prove, strong woman.
So as we all know, Dave Filoni is a huge fan of Rey.
Rey, she impresses Han Solo. He's like the guy's guy. Impresses him. Impresses everybody in the audience. She goes up
She's
with
not.
Kylo Ren.
She's
She
not even
punks
like a
him right
gamer
away.
type.
Like he's supposed to be this great
Big
guy,
gamer
wiped out all
girl.
these people. I don't know. She took that lightsaber and was like, I'm gonna take you out. And she did. And I'm all for it.
But unfortunately for him, he didn't create Rey, so he had to create his own overpowered, forces female, strong women Mary Sue character. And the shills jump right on board with it.
Boom! Oh my god!
Go!
Amazing!
You shut up, whore!
Yeah, she's actually getting crazy attuned with the Force.
I think having
Oh, he's
somebody
alive?
believe in her is helping.
Oh, is that right? So by that logic, it wasn't Luke's fault that he couldn't lift the X-Wing. It was Yoda's fault because he didn't believe in him enough.
And I know there's probably going to be people that are kind of upset about that because it's like she made such a big leap in such a short amount of time. But I think it had more so to do with the mental block.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right, anything else before we end the video?
Ahsoka's my
Mental
girl.
block.
Okay, this is tied for #1 favorite Star Wars character.
Anyone else think that this is an open relationship, but, just for her?
100%.
Alrighty then. Thanks for
Are they a
watching.
couple
Make
in
sure you
real
check
life?
out some of the other
Okay, there's one clip that I wanted to watch that we're gonna add right now. I was referencing the Luke situation.
And I think it's just because the attitude of tossing
this
down the go
was,
worked really well. So it's still keeping that.
This was Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, when he was shooting Last Jedi. Some of you probably have seen this because it's a very popular clip to share around. But this was his reaction to the writing choices that Rian Johnson made, and I was kind of shocked that they published this because it's a very bad look for anyone involved in this. So I'm shocked. I'm really shocked that they even allowed this to see the light of day, because you'll see it's very dramatic, and heartbreaking in a lot of ways.
I think it's just because the attitude of tossing on the go worked really well. So it's still keeping that kind of like.
Look at Mark Hamill. He's kind of like, what are you telling me, dude? He's already not impressed, and telling Luke Skywalker to toss his lightsaber. Yeah.
Well, see, again, and I told Brian this, it's no surprise. I said, I just fundamentally disagree with your concept of this character and how you use him. Now, having said that, I'll do everything within my power to realize your vision.
Yeah, he's a professional, and in a lot of ways, he already signed the contract. He didn't even know what the script was when he signed on for these movies. So he had to go along, and maybe he would have reacted differently had he read the script to episode 8. Yes, 8. And so, man, yeah, but it gets worse.
Because, it's not my character to decide.
He kind of stumbles when he says that it's not his character.
I'll do everything within my power to realize your vision. Because, it's not my character to decide. It belongs to other people. They just rent it out to me.
He doesn't believe that. Or maybe he believes that, but he knows that he's kind of like not saying everything that he wants to say.
Mark, very understandably, wasn't thrilled about some of the choices in the script.
Isn't that crazy how they're admitting this stuff? And they recorded this and then they published this for people to see?
The big things being the place that Luke's head is at, the fact that he's not the Luke Skywalker that we knew, and frankly, the fact that he dies at the end.
It's heavy on him. He thought he's gonna be the Luke Skywalker of this trilogy.
Yeah.
It's just the realization that in this trilogy, he's not Luke Skywalker, he's Obi.
No.
Well, I thought of what's happening today. I thought, well, what if I don't? I keep popping.
You just have to reshoot.
I know. Within seconds, they'll just conk me on the head. Stay down, punk.
Old man.
We can't know its name.
Oh, yeah. The scene that dare not speak its name.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to make them sorry they ever came up with that idea.
I don't think he ever got to the point where he thought, okay, I understand why Luke has to go at the end of this. But he was completely devoted to making what I had written the most powerful version it can possibly be on the screen.
It's an interesting thing.
Is that why they published this? Did they think that this perhaps could have been damage control? But at the same time, when did this come out? It was after the movie released, so maybe they still wanted to do damage control. I have no idea.
Because, you know, you have your own.
And why Luke has to go at the end of this. But he was completely devoted to making what I had written the most powerful version it can possibly be on the screen.
It's an interesting thing because, you know, you have your own view of how your character should be and how he should be utilized. My character always represented hope and optimism, and now here I am, very pessimistic and disillusioned and sort of demoralized. No matter how this comes out, if I'm wonderful, it's because of him. And if it's terrible, it's also his fault.
So they finished the take and he's still crying.
What's on that?
It's Ryan Johnson trying to comfort him. He's not very satisfied with what they did to Luke, as you can see. And that was it. Yeah, kind of heartbreaking every time I see that. Yeah, sad stuff. But at least, you know, that's when I kind of like to see Mark Hamill when he's focused on the stuff that he loves, as opposed to espousing Marxist talking points. So this next clip is that I wanted to show you guys is very much related to me wanting to share with you stuff that I think is interesting to share with you guys. You know, it's you know, I just, you know, I see certain videos and I thought, hey, maybe it'd be interesting so that you guys see what kind of stuff I come across. And so this video that I saw was, let me just get the name right, because it's by a guy named Testify. So that's his YouTube channel. And and this video is why ACTS, ACTS, why ACTS isn't fake history. Paul's Convo Clues. So this, of course, refers to the biblical book of Acts, which, you know, is in the order of the New Testament of the Bible, of course, is like, you know, you have Matt, Luke, Mark, and John, and then after that you have Acts, which is kind of like runs down the story of the apostles and what they were doing, and it's interesting because, you know, there's elements of like the Roman Empire in this as well. And I thought, hey, the way it's kind of like it, so the point of this video is to kind of like show you, and his entire channel is dedicated to this, which is why I'm recommending it to you. If you enjoyed this video, I recommend that you watch it if you think, oh, that's pretty cool, because it kind of takes a lot of this stuff that's, for example, in the scripture, and it kind of tells you, like, it gives you like a lot of historical background to it, and a lot of it as well. You know, it points to the stuff that is referenced in the scripture. That is like, okay, so this is referenced in this other document, and it's always great to get like this and that like a more of an analysis perspective on this whole, on something that, you know, people take for granted. I think nowadays, the whole Bible, they think of it more in terms of story, like a fable almost, or like a nice book to kind of read if you want like a good moral, and they don't think of it as something that has happened or that is real or that is even founded in reality. You know, they always think of it as something that is kind of just like a legend. And I think a lot of that has to do with like people like Jordan Peterson, for example, who is great at kind of like explaining this stuff, but he's always looking at it from a perspective of storytelling and of myth. And I don't think that the Bible is myth. So that always gets lost, that historical component. And I think the way it's presented here is fascinating. I don't think it's a long video. So let's see. Yeah, I think it's great. So And by the way, this is also going to give you like insight into kind of like what I wanted to share with you guys as well. So, yeah.
So we've been diving into the wild adventures of Paul's travels as told in the book of Acts.
Oh yeah, and his whole thing is about kind of about like wrecking like the skepticism around that, which is also a fascinating approach. If they did Bully 2 today, they would have worked it up. Yes, they would have quote unquote woked it up. I guess the better, more accurate term would be made it more progressive. Because I think the main character would have been probably a black woman who just got rid of an abortion, and it's her trying to argue with her teachers who are the real bullies, and it at the same time bully takes place in like the in UK, doesn't it? Or wait, no, I don't know. I've never played Bully, but it is in my back catalog, so maybe I should get to it. But yes, I do think that they would really lean in that. I was gonna say also probably touch on school shootings as well. They would probably talk about that as well, address those things, as well as, I don't know, not wearing hoodies if it would take place in America. Who knows? Maybe that's something that they would do. I only know one, though. Wait. Far Cry Lego says there is no Star Wars film post episode 6. I only know 1 through 6, Clone Wars, Rogue One, and Rebels. That's interesting that you include Rogue One.
And it's pretty amazing how much secular history backs up Luke's accuracy and attention to detail. The guy was a top-notch historian. Now, if you haven't caught up on the past few videos, be sure to check out the playlist at the end screen to get the full picture. For now, let's dive into even more details. So, in Acts 22, things are getting pretty heated for Paul. He's accused of causing trouble at the temple, and he's giving his defense. The crowd...
And for those who aren't aware, perhaps, this like happens after the resurrection, so that's kind of like the timeline, and yeah.
Goes from intently listening to him to straight up demanding his removal from the earth the moment he drops the word Gentile. It's chaos. People shouting, throwing off their cloaks, and tossing dust into the air. Then the Roman commander steps in and decides to take Paul into custody. His plan? Give Paul a good flogging and figure out why everyone's so worked up. But just as they're about to lay into him, Paul drops a bombshell. He says, "Hey, isn't it illegal to flog a Roman citizen without a trial?" Well, you can imagine the shock. The centurion rushes off to tell the commander, boss, this guy's a Roman citizen. So the commander's like, hold on, Paul, you're a Roman citizen? Paul's like, yep. But then the commander drops a bomb of his own. I had to pay a lot of money for my citizenship. Paul's response, well, I didn't. I was born with it. And just like that, everything changes. The commander realizes he's made a huge mistake, being about to illegally beat a Roman citizen and all. Panic sets in, and they back off real quick. Now, that's a neat story. But what's even cooler are the historical nuggets that back up Luke's accuracy here.
And I think that's like the cool thing about this channel is that he goes over like the historical components of everything as well. That's kind of like his forte in this.
You see, during that era, citizenships were initially sold for a fortune, all to fill the emperor's coffers. But then, like magic, they started handing them out like a dollar menu special. It was a total political farce. You see, during Claudius's reign, the prices nosedived. Dio Cassius, a historian of ancient...
He was very infamous, obviously, Cassius. A lot of the things like the fall of Rome is, you know, many would say it's attributed to him, of course.
In Rome, dishes the dirt on Emperor Claudius's wife, Messalina, and her crew, who were peddling citizenships like they were going out of style. Dio wryly remarks that you could possibly trade in a couple of chipped coffee mugs and get a Roman citizenship. You can practically hear the commander's exasperated sigh as he recalls likely shelling out a fortune for his own citizenship. But what's really interesting is how subtle and natural this whole conversation seems. And here's the kicker. This quick passage shows us that Acts wasn't likely penned in some far-off time. By the end of the 1st century, Roman citizenship was so widespread that the situation described here was a relic of the past. Most folks were already citizens, and the specialness of citizenship had faded away. The whole shady business of acquiring and selling citizenship belonged squarely in the middle of the 1st century and nowhere else. But wait, there's even more historical confirmation at play here with Paul's arrest that shows that Acts wasn't written way late. In Acts 23, 1-5, we see Paul in a bit of a tough spot. He's hauled in front of the Jewish council and ends up getting slapped across the face by orders of Ananias the high priest. Paul does not take it lying down though. He calls out Ananias and says, "God will strike you, you whitewashed wall." Choice words. Well, the bystanders chime in, asking Paul if he's disrespecting the high priest. Paul's comeback might seem a little bit odd. He basically says, "Sorry guys, I didn't realize he was the high priest. You know the rules according to Moses. Don't badmouth your leaders." But here's where things get really interesting. Why didn't Paul recognize Ananias as the high priest? Well, as it turns out, there is a whole backstory to it. According to the Jewish historian Josephus,
Kind of interesting how in the game they kind of mark the. I kind of noticed that now is that they mark the shot. So even if you fly past it, it's going to automatically hit it for you, I think. We'll see. But yeah, it's also kind of funny to see like the like, people underestimate how, especially when you read the gospel on your own, you kind of you took it for granted how, or you never realized how funny it can be, and that there's comedy in it as well, and the way sometimes like Jesus would act around his disciples, just like even asking Peter 3 times if he loves him is kind of played out. I mean, I would say it's kind of like almost like a mockery and a joke. And there's a lot of scenes like that in the Bible. And yeah, and I guess maybe that sort of humor is lost on people because what most people think about as humor is kind of like what you have with the Fallout TV show, and I don't mean the Fallout video games. I mean the Fallout TV show, where it's just jokes about having sex and being very much overt about the messaging, crude, crass, over the top, loud, obnoxious. I think that sort of highbrow comedy has been lost on people, and I wouldn't even go as far and call it highbrow comedy, but I guess people just need to be. I guess the simpler the people, the oh my gosh, that shadow was scary. But yeah, the simpler the people, the simpler the comedy, and it becomes more banal. But anyway.
Ananias, son of Nebuchadnezzar, was high priest during Quadratus's time as the head honcho in Syria. Quadratus wasn't too pleased with some of Ananias' shady dealings, so off to Rome he went, bound and all, to explain himself to Claudius Caesar. Long story short, they all make it back to Jerusalem, but Ananias doesn't get his old job back. Jonathan takes over as high priest instead, but his tenure ends tragically with an assassination in the temple. Now, here's the kicker. After Jonathan's demise, there's a bit of a high priest vacuum until Ismail, the son of Fabi, gets the nod from King Agrippa. And guess what? This all happens right around the time of the events of Acts 23. So when Ananias pulls off the high priest act, the office is actually up for grabs. He just took it upon himself to play the part at this particular time, right when Paul was arrested. So when Paul says, "I didn't realize he was the high priest," it's because he's not. Paul's being cheeky. Because Ananias was just playing high priest, he's usurping power. But Luke doesn't delve into this historical drama in his account. You have to connect the dots from sources like Josephus. Everything fits perfectly together, confirming Luke's accuracy. It seems pretty unlikely that some 2nd century writer trying to make up a fake history of the early church would just randomly stumble upon the specific incident Josephus talked about in just the right time frame and then cook up a conversation where Paul casually mocks an unofficial high priest in such an incidental way. But then at the same time, we hear from a handful of Bible scholars that the author of Acts copies Josephus, but somehow he manages to bungle all sorts of details. I don't think that they can have it both ways. Those critics who claim Acts is just fan fiction without any real historical basis just couldn't be more off the mark. I hope you're finding this series helpful, and I'll have more historical confirmations in the Gospels and Acts in future videos, so be sure to do all the YouTube things, subscribe, sign up for notifications, and all that jazz. And
yeah, pretty cool stuff. I mean, I find this stuff, I just saw this today, and I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool. I'll share with you guys. We'll see what you guys think about it. But like the comedy stuff that I'm referring to, let's see if I can find it. Like for example this.
right about this.
Yes.
You were right about this place.
No. You were right. Check this out. These are called oysters. You want one? They make you feel so good. You want to make my cock explode now? Sorry. You want one? They make you feel so good. You want to make my cock explode now? Sorry. Intercourse?
No, Titus. No, we need to leave.
Okay, so that's the comedy in the bit. Again, I don't even think that the Fallout games had this sort of humor. Maybe you could like say, oh, there's innuendos, but there's a difference between innuendos and whatever it is that they had here, which is more overt. So before they had a scene, it's a callback to an earlier scene where he tells her that she asks him outright if they will have sex, if they will have sexual intercourse, and he's like, no, because sometimes his pee-pee explodes, or some other men's pee-pees explode, and apparently he doesn't know that it's natural for men to do that. Therefore, and I don't know how he doesn't know that, since you would think that everyone would know that if they're kind of like riffing on knights. Even knights know how human, like your own body works. It's ridiculous. And so it's like, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense for them not to know this stuff. And then she tells him that it's normal. And then it's a callback to that scene. Yeah. So let's see how we're doing on time. Maybe, like, I think we watched most of the clips we wanted to watch. All right, nice. And then there's this one thing about Martian Manhunter that I wanted to show you guys. And it's like a 1-minute clip. So it's also not very long. It's from a guy named, let's see, what's his name? I think it was Dan Exclaims. Let's make sure. He's gonna review a comic book. Where is it? There we go. His name is... Yes, his name is Dan Exclaims. And he's going to review a comic book by Tom King, so you already know what to expect. And it's going to be called The Human Target, which I have read. And he's going to be alluding to a scene where Martian Manhunter goes to bed with with Fire from the Justice League International team. So they have a fling, and after that scene, he cries in bed because he's ashamed of himself, supposedly. Well, there's more to it, but you know that's what it really is. Tom King is probably trying to relate here to himself, and he's doing that to every male character, and he's making every female character a girl boss who always has her, who's always on top of things and always knows what to do. She is perfect at everything she does. So that's her. That's the women he writes. And like I said, diversity in comics. Now he calls himself Your Boy Zach. I think that's what Comics Matter with Your Boy Zach. Stupid name. But he, I don't like the name that he went with in the end, but he says that Tom King is, he has mommy issues, and yeah, that sticks. That tracks. Anyway, where's this clip? There it is.
The title is not ironic, and after seeing so many YouTubers react to it,
I guess I should tell you what the title of this video is. And it is Martian Manhunter pays to be tortured and cries after. That's the title of his video.
the title is not ironic, and after seeing so many YouTubers react to it, I had to give Human Target a read, because what the f***? And it's kind of weird for me to have 2 videos this week revolving around sexy times, but Martian Manhunter and fire, huh? I mean, there's definitely a double meaning joke wrapped in there somewhere, with fire being Martian Manhunter's main weakness. But it's kind of funny seeing that Martian Manhunter essentially has the same weakness as Pootie Tang. And I don't think the comic really had to show us that he cries after doing the deed. And what's actually even more wild is after they consummate their affair, Fire then extorts the Martian Manhunter for money. And if you're sitting there going, wow, this is some like weird character assassination on the Martian Manhunter, it's actually not. 20 years ago, Jean hooked up with a weird Supergirl.
Actually, it's not. Yes, it is. The whole scene just reeks of distaste for the character. Now he's going to tell you this one obscure fact that also was probably stupid. Where am I in this world? Whatever, but you know, he's gonna make that argument, which always, every time something stupid happens. Oh, we're going backwards, but every time something stupid happens, these people always bring up some other stupid instance. So that's like whataboutism. They take a flawed writing thing, like a story, and they tell you to that it's okay because they read it themselves, or like they read a story that they read themselves a story that how can I hop off? I guess I have to go around, but yeah, I guess. Or is it this way? Okay, it is this way. But yeah, let's kind of go back a bit. So he cries about it.
Think the comic really had to show us that he cries after doing the deed. And what's actually even more wild is after they consummate their affair, Fire then extorts the Martian Manhunter for money. And if you're sitting there going, wow, this is some like weird character assassination.
She extorts him for money, so Martian Manhunter is embarrassed as a character. And we're supposed to be just, yeah, actually it's in line for the character. Give me a break.
On the Martian Manhunter, it's actually not. 20 years ago, Jean hooked up with a weird Supergirl doppelganger named Scorch in order to conquer his fear of fire. Also, fun fact, it's never a good sign in a story if Martian Manhunter is trying to conquer his fear of fire. Cause furnace. So I think that we just need to accept the fact that the Martian Manhunter has a fire kink. Either way, awkward Martian sex aside, pick up Human Target. It's a very good read.
Martian Manhunter has a fire kink, according to this guy. Yeah, I'm not gonna read his recommendations for anything. That sort of, it's poison. I was actually going to bring up he dated a fire character already in Justice League. And would you say, Jesse, since you have read that comic book, or you have read a different comic book where he dated a female character like that, would you say he has a fire kink, or, because, somebody who's going to say that you haven't read it, then therefore you should not have an opinion, which is a wrong approach, because I can just listen to what he's saying and I can already tell you he's wrong. And we killed him. Okay. Gonna inspect the carts. And let's see. Send a link to the channel since I like myself history. Okay, sweet, cool. I'll send a link to this other video. Yeah, I really think he has a lot of cool stuff on this. Let's see. St. Paul stuff. And he has a lot of videos like this where he kind of takes the people often use like these arguments. And I think, what was his name? I forget what it was. Testify. Oops, nope, wrong one. Testify. Here we go. So that's on YouTube. Now let's do it for Twitch. Hopefully Twitch won't kick me out for posting so many links. Is that like a thing that happens, Oske? Now where did we leave off on? I forget what exactly, but by the way, if there's a delay for you guys, you can always reload the page. The best part for the show was the best part of the show for me was the meeting scene. The meeting scene. I don't remember what that one was because there's a lot of meeting scenes. Do you mean like the one at the beginning when Vault 33 hooks up with Vault 32? Because I did like that one myself. Oh yeah, I remember. I remember what I was gonna say, which is that yeah, he does a lot of videos like this where he kind of takes arguments that people try to use against like the scripture and the Bible and say, hey, this isn't historically accurate or something, or like they use these often they use like these weak arguments, and then he's there to kind of check them. So that's always cool. I despise Tom King. Well, that makes not just that makes two of us, I guess. I think he has a lot of problems. He worked for the CIA, so that explains a lot. And he has a lot of issues, I think, that he needs to work through, and I don't think anyone's going to help him out because he doesn't want the help. Half of what is the saying? Half of what it takes to save a problem and or like an issue. Half of it is like acknowledging that you have an issue, and then the other half is following through or like doing certain things to resolve it. And I don't think that Tom King is halfway in, or maybe he is, which would make him even crazier if he would acknowledge the fact that he is a little unhinged, and he's just maybe all right with that. So, Tom King, if you think you're all right, blink, because blink twice, because you probably don't want to be all right. I do remember that he was trying to get over his fear of fire and ended up developing a relationship with the girl. It never came across as a fetish in the book, though. So he was trying to do like the reverse racism. He's like trying to prove that he likes them hot. So he decided that he's going to go against his prejudices, and that he's going to hook up with a hot woman. I can respect that in a way. But it probably ended poorly for him, like the guy said. And see, that's what they always do. They take like these things that are always, presented as like in some way. This goes back to X-Men '97, where Morph turned to Jean Grey in the original series, not to play around with Logan, not to try to impress him or like get on his good side, and to flirt with him. But Morph turned into Jean Grey because he was trying to mess with his head, just as he's done with the other X-Men characters. So it's these people taking what was once written and they're filtering it through this progressive, well, yeah, this progressive, filter something through a progressive one. I guess they just filter it in a progressive manner. Sorry, the soul, just kind of an opposites attract type of thing. And when did fire become a prostitute? Good question. But apparently that's a thing now. And I guess in Tom King's storylines it makes sense. And I did see people making comments like, "Oh, it's in a different universe, therefore this book is good." And that's not an argument because you're utilizing the things that people know about these characters. The Human Target, that series, also has panels of Mr. Terrific being glad that his son died. I believe his wife got an abortion, and that he's kind of glad that the baby died. I think it wasn't an abortion. I think it died at birth. And Mr. Terrific says he was glad that the baby died. And also, Guy Gardner is made to look like a total fool, which some people would say that is always the case, but no, he was made out to look like a stalker, and he was embarrassed, and Hal Jordan had to come and wag his finger at him, and he was extremely scared of Hal. So and I don't even have to get into Heroes in Crisis, all those other stories where he just ruins these characters for the sake of it. And I also just remembered a comment somebody left about Josh Keaton trying to put on this fake tough guy voice for Captain America. I would agree with that. He doesn't sound all that well as Cap. You can tell that he doesn't sound as he should. And I wish they had gone with somebody else. Like what's the name of the actor that voiced him in Earth's Mightiest Heroes. He also voiced Sonic. He also voiced Chris Redfield. I forget what his name was, the actor's, but the voice actor's name, but he was great. I really liked him as Cap, and it worked. He has a very strong, masculine voice, which we need for Cap. Stoic voice that also is able to not be emotional. Roger Craig Smith, that's what it was. Thanks. Where's he Robo and the rest of the companies talking? Oh, you liked the meeting scene, and you're referencing to where we see Robo and the rest of the companies talking to Vault Tech. Oh, that meeting scene. Okay, when they're plotting. Okay, I see. It was during a White Martian arc. He was also Captain America in Avengers Assemble, not EMH. So who did him? Who voiced? I like the guy from Earth's Mightiest Heroes. You're right. Yeah, I did mix those up. Okay, and I think we got all the clips that I wanted to show. I don't remember the name. Same. But there's, of course, one final clip, and it's the longest one. So I guess it's always going to be good as like a background noise anyway. It's going to be like this debate between the Critical Drinker, it's on his podcast, arguing with, what's his name, Mahler and Nerdrotic, alongside other people who were invited on that podcast to discuss why they liked the Fallout TV series. And Nerdrotic and Mahler, I think, also did not like the show. And we did go over Critical Drinkers review, and it was just empty. Brian Bloom, oh sweet, I liked him. He was great. Would love to see him return. And yeah, Critical Drinker basically liked it, and the review was that it was good because of very vague reasons that I assume he's going to go over here, so there's no point of me telling you why. And it's good that he has somebody else to kind of check him on it. So we'll see where this conversation goes. I'll live react to this as well because I haven't necessarily watched the whole thing. I only watched like 1-2 minutes of this, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be interesting to listen to. So let's watch that. And I guess it's also not going to be as important visually since it's just them talking to each other, and they're not going to be cutting it with any actual footage. It's just them going to be talking. So I guess I'll just make the screen for the game bigger. And the question is, should I also make the audio bigger, since maybe I'll just change it to like more background noise, make the decibels smaller. Oh, wrong clip.
Yeah, just give us better scripts and then we'll all be happy, I suppose.
Sure.
But, you know, something that Mahler's not happy about, and I think Reaper as well, actually, is Fallout.
What?
And you know what? I feel like I just need to step back and just let you guys air your thoughts on this one.
No,
because
you explain yourself.
I feel like we're at odds slightly on this.
Well, who wants to go
Because I quite
first?
liked it.
Well, then, why don't you set the stage, Drinker? You give your take, and then we'll
Yeah,
do a
this
little
is one of those
round
series where it's it was supposedly considered, like the people who call it woke, which I'm not the biggest fan of calling stuff that because it's always the safe option to go with. But the people who usually call this stuff woke, like the Yellow Flash and Critical Drinker, they suddenly kind of like went in favor of this series, which is crazy because it has a lot of what they would consider to be woke instances of writing, and they were totally in on this stuff. And I guess I guess we'll let him make his own case here. And yeah, so it's meanwhile Nerdrotic pretty much stayed on point, and then Mahler's just kind of he also didn't like it, although he usually stays out of like the political implications of this stuff, even though he's probably going to get into it himself here. And I don't know who the other two guys are. Reaper and Lance Streen Anthony Nielsen. Who is that? I have no idea. But yeah.
Okay, I mean, my overall take was that, yeah, I'm going to run away.
Let's see what their arguments are.
I liked it. So
Yeah, I mean, okay, so
I'm happy to say why. So
I feel like it captured the same air of dark satirical comedy that
Except for the sex jokes, which we covered, right? Those are, I don't remember those being in the games. So that's something that they didn't necessarily get right, and I would say that they didn't get a lot of things right. World building, which even Critical Drinker agrees on, they kind of fumbled the ball on that. And then Brotherhood of Steel, there's like these the depictions of these characters. Again, we did like a hour-long segment about this in the previous stream when we played Doom, and we kind of, the thumbnail that has communism written on it, that was a huge reason as to why I didn't like the show as well. So, but the main one was the Brotherhood of Steel.
the games did, or at least the later games. I like the main.
I like that he acknowledges the fact that the first two games were not, they did not have the dark humor. So I'm glad that he at least knows that. Not to the same extent that you later see in 3, 4, New Vegas, and 76.
Character, I thought that she was.
Sorry, I'm just seeing Far Cry Lego's comment. There were in the games if you added mods like AAF. I don't know what that is, but I can assume what that means. And sex out to your games. Yeah, probably.
Nicely drawn.
By the way, did that next gen update come out, Far Cry Lego? And if so, what did that do to your game? Did it like get rid of all your mods as was expected? Did it do anything else as well to it? It did. Okay. Oh, all right.
She wasn't like a Hollywood girl boss who just dominates at everything.
Okay.
She was actually pretty crap at a lot of things.
Well, yeah, she kind of.
They're talking about the protagonist, which is like, oh, she wasn't a Mary Sue. She was flawed, which is true for the most part. I liked Lucy, even though she shouldn't have been the protagonist, since Fallout is a guy's game. It should have been a male character. This show should have been exuding male energy all around, and that's not what it was. It had a female protagonist, which, okay, whatever. I like the way she was written, but already tells you that they did not kind of have that sort of approach to be faithful totally. But still, that doesn't mean that she's a Mary Sue. She wasn't, I would say, although there's still some questionable writing choices with her, but I did like her in general. I think she was a well-written character, even though she was inconsistent. When you compare her to everyone else, she is the standout. But the argument he provides here, and I'm being vague right now as he is, but again, I was a bit more specific in the previous stream, so I'm not going to go over that again. But he's being vague, and I guess I'll get specific once I get specific, and I'll try to argue some stuff as well. But what he says is that, okay, she's not a Mary Sue. She is flawed, and therefore that makes her a standout character. Okay, that's fine. But then there are all these other flaws, which he never talked about in his review. He never even acknowledged them, and hopefully these guys do. And we'll see how he reacts to that. And so he never mentions that stuff. And so it's like, okay, so you're just focusing on one thing and ignoring the rest. But what's worse is that you're saying that, okay, this female character was not a Mary Sue, and therefore she is good. But that's not how that works. You can't say, oh, she's not this bad thing, this one specific bad thing, and therefore she's a good character. She can also be, just because she's not a Mary Sue doesn't mean that she is a well-written character. And I think that a lot of these people have, what would you call it, like Tumblr phobia or leftist derangement syndrome, where Hollywood has become so excessive with their messaging that at this point they're going to take the bare minimum, or if they don't see a Mary Sue character, they're just going to be like, all right, I guess that works for her. And I guess that's a good female character now. I do think that she was one for the most part, but like she had some glaring flaws herself, inconsistencies, that as a writer that he is, and as a critic, he never brings up. And it's interesting to me how he's willing to not even acknowledge those flaws or not even be aware of them, because he is just so honed in on the fact that she is not a Mary Sue. So that's what I find interesting. And yeah, let's see what they say to this. Go back a minute. Not a minute, sorry, like a couple seconds.
Yeah, just give us better scripts
what?
and then we'll all be happy.
Okay.
Yeah, just give us better scripts
it.
and then we'll all be happy, I suppose.
Sure.
Slightly on this.
Okay, there we go.
Well, who wants to
Because
go
I quite
first?
liked it.
Well, then, why don't you set the stage, Drinker? You give your take, and then we'll do a little round table.
We'll unbox you.
Okay, I mean, my overall take was that. Yeah, I'm gonna run away.
I liked it. So I'm happy to say why. So
I feel like it captured the same air of dark satirical comedy that the games did, or at least the later games. I liked the main character. I thought that she was nicely drawn. She wasn't like a Hollywood girl boss who just dominates at everything.
She was actually pretty crap at a lot of things.
Well, yeah, she kind of gets her ass kicked and
Yeah.
goes on a bit of a character journey where she's like super naive and a bit useless at everything, learns some harsh lessons, and, you know, eventually...
She's useless at everything except at the very beginning where she figures out who the enemy is. And so, again, the movie, or sorry, the show pretends like the Lucy character... in the very beginning, I guess I'll show you the scene because I also prepared that because I saw the clip that she was going to make. Is this one where... So, to give you... This is at the very beginning of episode 1 where she meets the Vault Dwellers from Vault 32. She gets married with one of the Vault Dwellers, thinking that they were going to bridge these worlds, bridge these vaults together, create a union, and it turns out that this guy is actually a raider from the outside, and not from the vault. And by the way, if you're wondering, like, oh, is this a spoiler for the games? No, this TV series supposedly takes place in the world of the games, and it is so set like from like a very different time period, in a different time period. So it's not going to spoil anything from the games for you. And so yeah, I was gonna say that so she also mingles with this guy who she doesn't know he's a raider yet, and then in this scene she figures out that he is a raider, and you know, she seems pretty capable here, and she is very quick and smart about it. She scans him to see if he has radiation, and he attacks her when she finds out, and they duke it out of it. Skip it around. He tries to attack her, and then she takes this thing, smacks it on him, and yeah, he gets kind of bloody. But that happens, right? And then she leaves this place to see what the raiders did to other people, and again, she's able to defend herself. Her father is able to defend her. She knows what to do. She's capable. She's willing. She saw everything that's happening around her. She knows. She's aware enough to kind of like think and be quick, and on her, like, you know, like when she turns around and scans him, or like to see if he has any radiation, she's capable, and she defends herself, unlike a lot of the men in this series. And so then for her to go to the surface and pretend like she doesn't know anything about the outside world, and that she doesn't even know how to operate and talk to people, and she acts like this dummy, that's inconsistent for the character. That's actually tells you that they told you like two different versions of the characters, and now they're kind of going back on something. And so that's a example of, well, bad writing. So he's trying to paint it like, and then the entire show is trying to have her go through this story arc of her trying to like become a bit more tougher, even though she beat up a bunch of people and she was willing to hurt the enemies who invaded them, and she wasn't defenseless. She was doing a pretty good job at pretty much being very close to killing a man. So again, I don't know where they're getting this story arc from suddenly, but it was something that the show tried to then kind of go back on, And it's interesting that a lot of people are not catching on to this inconsistency for the character. So yeah.
Evolves into a slightly more.
Let's see what they say.
Or savvy person who learns some harsh truths. The aesthetics of it, the kind of retro futuristic 1950s vibe, they nailed that. That was great. I thought Walton Goggins was fantastic as the ghoul.
Again,
I like the flashback
vague.
sequences where you get to see, you know, his life before the war, putting into context a lot of the things that led up to the nuclear war
yeah, I guess,
and what
like,
Voltec was all.
Yeah, okay, I guess that's like nice. Okay, they gave you some context, which, by the way, ended up contradicting a lot of stuff. Because of the red herrings, because of the mystery box thing, which we talked about again in the last stream, which we spent an hour talking about. So even then, you know, it's a problem. So he's being very vague. He's like, okay, that gave us context. I like that they explained stuff, even though it wasn't consistent. I like this, I like that. Okay, you're just saying stuff that you liked, but you're never explaining why you liked it, or what did you specifically like about it from a critical standpoint.
About, so I thought that stuff worked pretty well, and some decent action sequences. And I feel like for a show that I don't think was done on a huge budget, I think generally it looks pretty good.
I guess the cinematography is
$12
good.
million, $15 million.
Not a small budget for this one.
An episode.
Well, that's half of what they spent on She-Hulk, and I know which one I'd rather watch.
That's all of what they
See,
spent
that's
on
his
Godzilla.
argument. Oh, it's better than She-Hulk. Like, okay, so where's the shaft? It's, I guess, here. Okay.
-1 for one episode. Equals the budget of Godzilla -1.
I mean, I played Fallout
So,
Las Vegas.
Gary's already getting like he's ready to argue with him. Godzilla -1 had a similar budget, right? And it was a better, yeah, and I would agree, it's definitely better than this show. So Gary's already kind of trying to make a point. I appreciate that.
To death, that game. That was a time when I kind of got up in the morning, played the game. I would suddenly realise it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, cooked toast and beans, and then played the game again. And I suddenly realised it was 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm sure some people in chat know what I'm talking about. It was that immersive. You know, and my mum had not long passed away, and it got me through a really tough time. And I played that solidly for 6 weeks, and that was my world for 6 weeks. And I got to know it pretty well.
Cool story, bruh. I mean, I like playing some of Fallout 4 as well, and I guess it has less of an impact on me. But it's like, okay, Star Wars fans were attached to the properties, and it doesn't mean that they should be impartial, like they should be biased in that sort of aspect. They should be critical too. So I don't know why he's bringing that up. Let's see what happens in this game now. If he leaves us behind.
I thought I'd be looking at your corpse being hauled up this lift. Load up and I'll engage the gears.
Best Fallout story is in 1? That's cool. That's interesting. I would have never thought of it in that way. I think it's the simplest one in terms of gameplay. Maybe I'm wrong. I have yet to play it.
Oh, there she is. What a beautiful weapon. God's own gun. Ain't that the truth? I got us a borrowed flat parked down below. Meet me at the bottom of the hill.
Okay, so far he didn't betray us. Good to know.
And I felt like this TV show got a lot of things right about it. I was expecting it to be.
What about the Brotherhood of Steel? Would you say that was accurate? I wouldn't say so. Again, we laid out those arguments. I'm not going to repeat myself.
Awful. I thought, oh my God, not this IP as well, please. And I really was expecting it to be awful. And I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised. I felt like it was made by a person who cared about the IP. I didn't mind that some of the lore was broken. I didn't want it to be exactly the same as the game. I did want it to stand as something on
What do you mean? If it's an adaptation, it doesn't have to be the same as the game. but it is. It is in the same universe. Therefore, it should be exactly the same. And I just realized we omitted one clip that we wanted to watch, and it pertains to lore in canon. But screw that now. We're already watching this. But yeah, lore in canon matters. And so, if you're going to keep it in the same universe, you should make it consistent. It has to be the same. And I just realized that, yes, in this game, it's true. You just have to kind of hover over these places, and he ends up shooting all 3 of them. All these points. So, this game is easy. It should be easy for us then.
Own right, but I didn't like everything about it. I had some issues with it, and I'm sure that they're going to get vocalized by others. But
And let me know if the music in the game is bothering you. I don't think it should be because it's not that intrusive. So let me know.
on the whole, I enjoyed it. I was pleasantly surprised. Thought it was
Again,
pretty good.
low expectations.
Okay. Tell us why we're wrong.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Slow down.
I'll start with the positives. It looks good, and I like Walton Goggins. Now for the negatives. Every character is stupid. The plot makes no sense. The comedy is done by a teenager. There's a girl who just pisses all over the floor because her water's broke, and everyone's going, "Oh!" It's like, "Oh, that comedy is awful."
Yes, there is an entire sex scene between 2 vault dwellers that are, secondary characters, and you're like thinking, why are we even paying attention to you guys right now? They showed us them like a pregnant woman having sex with this one guy who isn't even her husband because her husband died, and it's a very creepy scene when you watch it in context. But it's just think to yourself, WTF? Why are we watching this? It's one of those scenes where it's more excessive sex scenes that don't belong in these shows.
Let's go! A short wee ride now, and we'll have this executive peacemaker delivered to Old West Dickens.
Okay, he's not evil, I guess. Yet.
Just make sure it doesn't fall off on the way.
And he left. And we should know better. Saving. Nice. Right.
It's stupid. The main villain, her entire plan makes no sense.
Thank you. Yes,
Maximus
we went over that
doesn't
as
even know
well.
what his dick's for.
Exactly.
She goes to have sex, he goes, "Oh, you mean use my penis?" Or
Again, same critiques.
what else do you think it's for? Everything. Oh, it's just... Oh, I'm PTSD. Look.
Are they going to say something about it, or just kind of ignore his points?
I got a question.
Thank you, Gary.
So
Finish
a
the...
woman breaks her water. Everybody freaks out in basically what they say is a breeding vault. Wouldn't everybody know what to do in a breeding vault if a woman breaks her water?
Exactly. And there isn't even a hospital for them in that vault. So that's for the Fallout show. Now for this map. Look where Irish is. I guess we'll have to go to him some other day. And let's go to Nigel West now.
Well, you think...
I mean, is it a breeding...
My internet went out. What did I miss? I guess the question is, when did you last leave off? Because we did a lot in the span of the last hour in terms of reacting to stuff. It's pretty interesting. So let us know, Moodcap, what you last left off on. And then you would say Far Cry Lego that too, and then New Vegas. That's so interesting because your favorite one is, from what I gather, is New Vegas is your favorite. But you would say, correct me if I'm wrong, but you would say that the story is 1, 2, and then New Vegas. That'd be interesting. The best story are the ones not made by Bethesda. I hated the Brotherhood in the show. Yeah. And what they did to New Vegas. Yeah, that you probably know more on that than I do. But yeah, notice how they're all quiet right now. And they're not saying anything. Like Critical Drinker is not commenting on anything the guy brought up, and notice that he was being very specific with his arguments and like the issues that he had, and that he was willing to back them up. Whereas Critical Drinker so far has been very vague about it. Something to consider. The Mark Hamill interview when he was talking about the treatment of Luke. Yes. So after that, we talked about Martian Manhunter was like a 1 minute clip of Martian Manhunter getting crying in his bed while he's having it with fire. And also we started watching this clip here, or it's a longer video, it's a longer discussion of people arguing whether the show is good or not. And the Critical Drinker so far is very on brand in that he is being very vague as to why he liked the show. He's not providing any reasons or context or any evidence as to what worked. I guess he kind of alluded to it with Lucy, but still, that's like the overall gist of her character. And even then, we were able to kind of, point out to something that's inconsistent with her. That's a genuine flaw for the character, because in one episode she's one thing, and then for the rest of the series she's something else, and they're using that as the main story arc. And that was that. Also, we also watched the video about like a historical perspective about about St. Paul, who, and a take on scripture that is also a lot more history based. It provides context and argues as to why it's relevant within history, and it's a great video. I linked some of it. I guess I should pin it as well, but you can also see it in the chat if you ever want to watch it. There it is. This is the second video that you missed. And yeah, all right, so let's keep watching this, and Gary has a question for him. Let's hope he calls him out on it.
Vault specifically, or is it just
That's
like
what
a
they- yeah, that's
general?
what they said.
Well,
yeah.
yeah, but it's not. It's like it's a control. It's not a control vault.
No,
actually, those are
you're
different ones.
Okay, so they should know what the breeding vault is for, and even then, that's not the first child somebody has in that vault, right? Like the father in that vault of the main character. I mean, I just said it. He's a father. Lucy is a child. Her brother, Lucy's brother, who is a wimp in this show, weak masculine character again, which I guess most of them are except for the ghoul. He also is a child of, he's a byproduct of sex. People should know what they are, and they have a prison inside of a vault, but they don't have a hospital, or at least like one bed dedicated for child labor. Like, give me a break. Ridiculous.
You're missing one thing. They said we keep Vault 33 around for their superior genes. Have you seen the people in the vault?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy's 4 foot tall. The other one's like obese.
Yes.
Yeah, he's had more than his fair
Superior
ration share.
Superior genes. I couldn't stop laughing when I heard that.
It's diverse, is what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Well,
all right, Mahler, share your thoughts with the group.
I think this show doesn't even remotely respect your time or your intelligence. Nothing makes any fucking sense. Everyone acts like a retard, and they're relying on iconography to trick you into ignoring pretty much everything in terms of how lazy or backward ass the development is, with some downright hilariously embarrassing points of view peppered in throughout a lot of the plot lines, that if you just keep an eye on them, you can see just how everything is developing. Now, I have seen the show twice to make sure that I didn't miss a lot of things. And you know what? Second time around, I was like, fuck, this makes even less sense.
Yep.
Getting real confused. The nature of Vault Tech, I take massive issue with how they've been portrayed. They're just, like, every single thing that they intend to do is I can only describe as retarded. All the main characters, I have to take dramatic disagreement with what Lucy goes through. Every single fucking thing she goes through gets reversed almost instantly soon after. It's incredibly boring. I think this is best accentuated by the fact that a finger gets cut off, and then 5 minutes later it's reattached with a dead finger from someone else that just happens to be the exact same shape and size.
And we're supposed to ignore it. So she gets her finger cut off, and we don't know exactly why. Oh my! This one is getting pummeled this up. Come on. No, not her. Disengage. Anyone else? Welcome, miss.
Thank you so much. I thought I was a goner for sure.
Oh, you're welcome, miss. Yeah, so far Mahler is spitting. He's saying it twice. I'm impressed. Mahler pretty much hit the nail on the head. I watched the show with the same friend who made me sit through Has-Been Hotel. Ooh, disengage with that friend. Or maybe it was ironically. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And I'm still trying to decide which was worse. Ooh, that's some strong words. Discouragement for anyone involved with the series. I would figure that Has-Been is worse, but I guess no. I do think that Fallout was bad. But hey, you know, like, again, they're gonna argue about this, and let's see if at least Critical Drinker is able to make better arguments, because I hope he is. So far, they're giving their overall thoughts. So
Robot who intends to cut her up for organs. That makes sense. And then, of course, you know, the amount of times people are shot at and they completely miss. The fucking minigun that fires 1,000 rounds at Dr. Wilzig, or whatever his fucking name is, completely miss, right? The Walton Goggins fires something like 30 rounds at Maximus, misses everything, even though in episode 8 he can insta-kill power armor with one shot.
yes, so remember that one scene I showed you guys where let's see, maybe I can bring it up. The introduction of the characters.
No, you did.
Nope. Nope. I guess I don't have it. I don't have it, but it was a scene where the ghoul was fighting with the black guy who was in the suit of armor, and he fought with him for like 10 minutes. It was like a back and forth, and then in the last episode, when the ghoul is fighting against like 5 different guys in the same power armor, he just knows like a cheap trick that there's like this exploit where you can just shoot one point, and then apparently it kills them. I don't remember exactly what it was, the specifics of that. But you know, you get what I'm saying, right? It's where was this before? And again, this is ignored. And this show has so many of those moments where it doesn't make sense, or they just think of stuff on the spot and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever because it contradicts what they established before.
That made a lot of sense.
Like Lucy's character.
I was watching.
Wait, when does he fire at Maximus? Sorry.
About 30 times.
Is he serious? When does he fire at Maximus? Did you just miss the entire second episode? It was almost like half of the episode was them in that scene. Oh my goodness. Okay, maybe he just misheard him. Because it's ridiculous. Let's see if I can find that clip actually. I should have it. There we go. I have it here. Watch this. Pause it a bit so we don't get copyright struck like last time. But let's hop around this thing, I guess. So there is Maximus, who's flying now. And apparently, how come they never use this ability again in this show? When they're attacking in the final battle. Let's bring this down too. And look at this, they're just constantly shooting back and forth. And nothing. And the Critical Drinker's like, when did this happen? I don't know, this is like a... They end up fighting like this for like, I don't know, 15 minutes. Maybe in the world it takes a bit longer, or I guess less, because it's there's editing. And this isn't only it, like this isn't it. This is like a abbreviated version of the actual scene. This edit here. So, Critical Drinker is already off to a rocky start, and this is like what I'm talking about when people think that I'm being dishonest with this stuff, or that I'm reading too much into it, or that I'm nitpicking. This is like, just because I don't have like another person to argue with and to kind of like discuss this with that person, it might seem like I'm doing nothing by complaining, but there's nothing in the show that can vouch for itself to me, for me to then say something else, right? Oh, look at the world. We just got a beautiful bird's eye perspective because we were not doing anything, and it just goes in this direction. This camera angle, very nice. But we're gonna move now, and we'll bring it back. All right, let's see what else they have to say. Critical Drinker, what are you doing?
In Philly.
No, what when? What episode?
In Philly.
Episode 2.
Episode 2. Okay, so he was asking about the
Oh,
episode.
right,
He shoots the scientist's foot off, and then Maximus jumps off, and then he shoots him about 50 times. Maximus punches him, and he somehow survives, which can destroy concrete.
All Maximus
somehow
had to do was push his head, but he just doesn't. He keeps throwing him around because everyone has intense plot armor in the show, and even if they lose a foot or if they get shot in the fucking gut, they'll just be healed seconds later if they're a main character.
Yeah, but that's what happens in the game, though, isn't it?
No, that doesn't work.
Well, if you get a stim pack, it'll basically heal you
Yeah.
up, and they pretty much do that here.
I
But he
mean,
doesn't. He gets shot twice in the back, and then he sits down, and he's not even phased. Then Maximus comes in, punches him full power in the chest. He flies across into the stairs, and he's perfectly fine.
But isn't that the point of a ghoul? Like, they don't die in the normal sense.
My
like
issue is
zombies.
not their ability to heal, it's the coincidence that they have access to the materials instantly. For example, Maximus gets into a point-blank shootout with two people who pull first on him, and somehow one of them misses and one of them shoots him in the arm while he kills both of them. Very lucky, but hey, it works out. He's bleeding out, and they're like, damn, we need to sort out this bleeding out, Maximus. Hopefully we...
And there's this grandma during that shootout who's very essential to the plot. Everyone else get shot in the head, the heart. They die insta-kill. The moment it comes to the grandma, she just gets a scraped knee.
Stumble across somewhere that can help.
Walker Lego. About the ghoul that shot the power armor. I sent the fight. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't see it, but we already found it. So that's good.
And they happen to fall into Vault 4, which supplies them fully with material to stitch them up, to give them antibiotics, to feed them, to give them food and water, and then to house them. We can get into Vault 4 later if you want, but ultimately gets them on their way. They practically get a full heal from the gods that are the writers because he got shot in the arm, which he should have been fucking killed in that scene anyway. He's also retarded.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking this as like literally reflecting the games, like shit, like conveniently
No,
happens
plot
to
armor
get you
does
to
not.
the next stage of the story.
He was talking about what happened to the characters in the plot. That's not anything to do with like representing what the game is like. And even then, like the people who argued, you guys remember this? We had like, what's his name? Like BX, I think his name was. He was very respectful, and he told us like it's an adaptation, or that it's a different medium, and it's more story focused. So obviously they have to make some changes that have to fit the movie or a show, and that they have to fill in some blanks, for example. And I kind of conceded that yes, they are free to add more to the lore and fill in certain blanks to kind of like make more sense, since the game has its own rules. The game is, you can, I don't know if you can heal, you can like carry like 500 tons of stuff. You can't, but I'm hyperbolizing here. You can carry some heavy stuff in the game. But then in the TV show, you wouldn't necessarily have that because that's a mechanic in the video game. Whereas when you're creating a movie or a TV show, then, it's a different medium and it's more story focused, more logically based, especially if it's if it's not trying to be slapstick like cartoons tend to be, where physics often go out the window. And hey, if you want to do more reference to the game and tell us that yes, some of it is not going to make sense, which you could say was the case with Stimpack, but I think that defends itself because we don't know what's inside of them, and we've seen other stuff that heals you in this world. But when it comes to like other stuff, like I don't even know what he's arguing necessarily, because Mahler was clearly referencing a plot point. But even if it comes to like wanting video games to be represented in movies, then you have to make that very clear. And I don't think that we have not seen an equivalent of a Fallout character carrying like 50 tons of worth of equipment, or like, I don't know, I'm probably exaggerating with the 50 tons, but something like that. We never had anything like that. And that's what the problem is. It's that, and that's a cheap argument then to make, because at any time you can say, well, that's, they're paying homage to the game, when they're really not. You know, it's like you get to cherry pick when you get to pay homage to the game, and that's, or like in terms of like the mechanics, right? So that's not a fair analysis either, and also especially has nothing to do with what Mahler was talking about, especially with characters having plot armor. Again, where does that fit into your point about how it honors the game? What are these arguments, Critical Drinker?
This game to depict real life more. I'm expecting it to be tonally a lot like a video game. It's going to be nonsense, and I don't mind that. I don't care, actually, as long as
You have to make that clear. Again, by the way, notice how they are not addressing what Mahler brought up with them being extremely lucky. I guess you could say like the lucky stats are there, but again, it's like they never make this stuff clear. It's like always, is it, if it was very much based in like the mechanics of the game, even the games don't do that. Like obviously the luckiness stats and all that plays a role in like the comedy of it all, but even they have a certain limit as to what they're going to do. So, and it also has no like reference point in terms of like, if I shoot you, okay, and all these characters die, and then this other NPC dies, which NPCs don't have those stats. So if you have an NPC, he shouldn't have, he should, if one character is an instant kill and a different NPC just has a scraped knee, and this whole thing that, if they all have different stats, then what you would expect me to believe is that, okay, this character gets shot in the heart and instantly dies. Then you have a different character who gets shot in the heart, but they kind of walk it off. That's what your argument should be. But that's not even the case in the show, because the writers even know themselves that they have to abide by certain rules of logic or realism, and that they specifically had to have one character get their knee scraped in order to walk out of this life. So they're not applying these game rules into the show like you are making the excuse, because even the writers realize, okay, we gotta scrape her knee here. Whereas everyone else gets shot in the head, everyone else gets shot in the heart. And it also does not explain why the ghoul suddenly remembered that he can kill the knights of the Brotherhood easily, even when they're wearing these huge suits of armor, and that's never addressed either. And that totally does not fit into there. Oh, it's just an homage to the game. It does not fit. So yeah.
Agree, right? Because I already knew it was going to happen. You agree there's no stakes?
I don't know about that.
I agree that characters have got intense plot armor. And
Yeah,
I got a real sense of like people will die when they're goddamn good and ready.
Good, because the fact that it's a video game adaptation is being used as a shield for it, and it's getting boring. Like every single problem with this game,
because it's inconsistent too. It doesn't apply, and I don't even think that the writers of the show took that approach, as we've gone over with the whole like, oh, okay, she has to for her the knee gets scraped. For everyone else, it's something else. Like, again, would they say that plays into the luck of it all? Maybe. But then why wouldn't you then take that rule when applying it to, her getting just shot in general? Why does it have to be specifically made clear that she got shot in the knee?
it's like, oh, but I don't know, it happens in the game, so I guess that's okay with me. It's like, if it makes you feel like it's the game, That's wonderful, and I appreciate you're enjoying the experience. But that is not the intention of the show. It is attempting to
Yeah.
tell you a dramatic story with
Yes.
characters who are going through journeys. It is important when people die.
It's trying
And
to walk
it
this.
really opens the door for like you can genuinely, excuse me, genuinely, uh, really do anything with the story, right? You can just say, oh, I guess you can explain this away with just the fact that they decided to be accurate to the story, and then for everything else, they're just like, oh yeah, we're now trying to tell a dramatic story, and you get to cherry pick, and in that case, it does lose its stakes. And so you don't want to concede on that. It's like if you watch a cartoon, right? It like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Those cartoons don't have stakes, but that doesn't mean that they're not good. They're entertaining, and what they do is make it very clear what they are. Is that the physics go out the window, and it's more about the gags. It's more about comedy, and the world with the Looney Tunes tells you this just by how everything is presented. You don't have an equivalent of that in the Fallout TV series. They don't make this stuff clear. They don't make it obvious, and if they are trying to do that, which I would say clearly is not the case, and I guess Mahler would agree with that, I would then say that they are very not only inconsistent but very bad at defining it in the show. And this Fallout is more about the comedy of it all, so nothing should be holding them back. Technically, they shouldn't be holding back. So what's holding them back? I think it's, again, they're not thinking in those terms. It's everyone else projecting that as a safety net that is supposed to be protecting the show from further criticism. And so I think Mahler nailed it on the head here.
Bit of a fine line between like comedy satire and serious dramatic events with stakes.
It doesn't
and
have to be a fine
I think
line.
that's a difficult line to walk when you actually have
It's
to get
not.
people invested in characters being at risk. That is
not if
where
you
it
have
comes
the
unstuck,
tone.
and I 100% agree.
And if you depict it properly, it's not a fine line. Again, you can kind of take the Looney Tunes, or you can watch any comedy or even cartoons that don't necessarily lean too much into like the Looney Tunes physics go out the window. Sometimes cartoons just kind of already start out on that way, and I think they're a good example of that. But you can also take like live action comedies as well that prioritize the gags, and sometimes they get away with the fact that it doesn't make sense logically, plot wise, and other blah blah blah. I need some water. And others don't, right? They don't get away with it because it hasn't done a good enough job at defining the rules of its world, or of its tone, or what it exactly is. Like Barbie, for example, it's awful at, even though it's satire, when it comes to like the world building and the lore of these characters, it's inconsistent. Characters are learning new stuff all of a sudden, or behaving inconsistent with what they, or like they know stuff that they shouldn't know, but at the same time they could know. So, and none of it is ever defined, because again, it's much easier to not tell people what it is, because then you're being dishonest, and so then by being that, you don't give people a chance to kind of understand what it is that you're creating. You're just a confused writer who doesn't know how to deal with the chaos of creating a story. And so you can't do that. There's like too many elements for you, even for you, and you can't make sense of it. And so instead of, writing it and improving it, and writing so many drafts until you get it right, you just kind of let it go, and it comes out, and it can be whatever it needs to be for people who are watching it.
Agree with you on that one. And it's a difficult problem to get around, because you can either replicate the tone and feel of the games, where it very much feels like you're just seeing a video game play out with a lot of the mechanics, a lot of the satirical humor that comes with the games, or you can just have a straight up dramatic story, in which case it's going to...
You can have both. You can have both comedy, satire, and dramatic storytelling as well. Which, again, the plot issues that are in this don't stem from the fact that it's a satire. They stem from the fact that they're inconsistent.
Feel kind of disjointed from the games because it's a different tone. Because
I
the things
feel
that
like
happen in the games can't possibly
plenty
happen.
examples that nail this compared, and the fact is, the best and brightest of the video game adaptations being something like an Arcane, Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I would say even fucking the Mario movie has better stakes than this show does.
It does.
Because this show
it
just
does.
doesn't care. It just like anything that the guy is like, oh, he gets his foot when he is crushed by power armor on his foot. I was like, he ain't walking on that ever again. And then they establish like
walks
several episodes
miles?
later. Yeah, he's walked fucking miles. He doesn't give a shit.
Yes.
And then he just gets it healed, right? Which is a video game mechanic. Sure, I'm fine with the idea that you can heal anything. Becomes a ghoul as a result of that. I was like, okay, I guess that's the rule. Which is incredibly convenient because now that means he can't go back to the Brotherhood, which means he has to provide the head back to Maximus, which is exactly what he needed for the plot. He's somehow caught up to him despite being behind him when he first went into Vault 4. They waste a whole bunch of time there, and then they come out and somehow catch up to him instantly before the Brotherhood arrive. Had they been 5 minutes later, the whole story doesn't work, which, by the way, I want to go back to the beginning. Vaults 31, 32, and 33. Moldova coming in there because, if you remember, Hank went out there to get his daughters back from his wife and decided, you know what? Anyone who isn't a super manager.
I like how you call
killed.
him his daughters. His son.
Oh. I ain't even gonna correct that.
Because the son is a wimp, so he calls him a daughter.
He has to go out there and get them,
Virgin
and
slip.
so decides,
That's
you know what,
Moldova.
Shady Sands and everyone here, I'm just gonna come and kidnap my kids somehow without any difficulty, and then nuke everything, and then go back to my vault. I thought that was pretty hilarious.
If she was with his wife, where was she?
Well, so I'm not even fucking through like all my issues here. So like he goes back to the vault.
Just warming up.
Moldova then is like, I got a
Okay, there's a cutscene that we have to go through. But as you guys can see, Critical Drinker is not doing a very good job at defending himself. So far. We're only like 10 minutes in.
Mr. Marston, sir. John Marston. Mr. Marston, don't be so childish. Come on, sir, I implore you. Okay, so I made a few innocent mistakes when last we met. But my plan is still sound. Together we can conquer, if not the world, then certainly Bill Williamson.
But first, you need me to do you a favor?
You read
That
my
was the-
mind. I can only deduce you've been taking my tonic, sir.
That was the con man who created these potions, and he wanted us to play along.
Instructed. It can give the most ordinary of intelligences a remarkable insight.
I'll give you insight. I'll show you what your guts look like.
Please, sir, this show of petulance is nothing short of embarrassing. Think for a moment, sir. Think.
I'm thinking about how much of my time you're wasting.
Sir, I am about to do something which I greatly discourage in all wise and rational men. A selfless act for you. But, sir, before I act selflessly, allow me to act selfishly and sell some of my wares.
Fair enough.
Oh, good, sir. Come, and let's go visit some of our fine friends in the other oil business we have here in Plainview. These men need all the help they can get.
What a weird peddler. Mingle with the crowd until the show starts. I mean, did they not see us talking with him? Talking to him?
Ladies and gentlemen, gather
Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
Gather round.
Friends, hardworking souls of Plainview, do you suffer from rheumatism, lumbago, acute chronic sciatic, neurologic, or inflammatory pain? Well, I represent the only company that makes the genuine article which cures headache,
neuralgia, toothache, earache, backache, swelling.
This man is a fucking charlatan. He just got done swindling us down at Cho Springs with this song and dance.
I say we tar and feather him right now.
I say we shoot the
I
bastard.
think it's time we take our business elsewhere. I apologize if science is not your forte. Good day, one and all.
Somebody
Oh, dang.
get that thing back.
I want to get in.
I think we should leave Plainview for another day.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's keep watching the clip. Hopefully it's not gonna mess with our chase sequence here. And I guess I'll mute it because it's gonna get loud now. So let's focus on the clip. All right.
Plan. I need to activate my cold fusion. I need the thing inside Wilzig's neck, and I need Hank because he'll have the codes. I'm going to go with my raiders all the way to Vault 32, break in, so then I can do a trade with Vault 31.
That's he's talking about her plan, how it's very convoluted, complicated. And so she has to trade with 31, 32 vaults, of course, to get to 33. It's a very convoluted plan, is what he's trying to say.
If you're going to break into Vault 32, why not just break into Vault 31 anyway? She didn't know everyone was dead in Vault 32. That was just incredibly lucky. And then, of course, there's everything. I talked about this on Real BBC with Gary, and as the problems with episode 1 are accentuated once you get the full context of the whole season, everything makes even less sense. Moldova cares extremely about Rose, her values, and her children, yet she allows her raiders to nearly kill Lucy several times. That makes no sense at all. She doesn't
if you're going to get into a vault, you're going to have to fight your way in, and you're going to risk killing everyone, potentially Hank as well, who you need to get the code. So wouldn't it make sense to go into 32, where you can kill everyone, impersonate them, and then fake your way into 33 to
They
get
do
what you
that
need?
in 31. She releases her raiders to kill everyone in 31. That's what happens in episode 1.
No, Vault 31 is the control vault that oversees it all.
Oh, sorry, 33. If she didn't want to have everyone get into a big fight in 33, then why did she do that anyway?
Well, I guess she was hoping that they would be able to infiltrate the place. Like, they get discovered
Right,
ultimately, and then it all goes to shit, and they have to kill everyone.
They just start killing everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're eating cake as they're doing it.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful. I would definitely eat cake when I kill people.
Okay, irrelevant to the argument. Thank you for that distraction.
Remember, just try and pretend you are Moldova for a second. You need to get Hank, and preferably you need to free these people from the experiment, because remember, Rose believed that they were under a horrible experiment. Moldova believed in her. She described her as like good, kind, intelligent, caring, curious, and that was reflected in her kids. She practically let her kids get killed as far as she was concerned. Remember, at one point she says you got to choose your daughter or these people. He chooses his daughter, so she leaves her behind in the vault instead of liberating her from this horrible experience. But then doesn't even kill the people that she said that he had to choose between. I didn't make any sense of any of that, but it gets so much
Also,
worse.
She needs the code, and that choice shows that he cares more about his daughter than
Where
anyone else.
was Mahler when he was criticizing No Way Home? Like, was he making these arguments? Because I remember him being a fan of that movie.
So why not just go, we're going to kill your daughter unless you give us the code?
Why not, in case he lies, right? Why not kidnap him and the daughter, take them to the observatory, and then have him put the code in? If he refuses, then you threaten the daughter. It's the simplest shit ever, but it gets so much stupider, right? I don't want to spend too much time on the vaults. She would walk back from Vault 33 through to 32, back out into the wasteland, all the way to the observatory, correct? We're all on board with that? The other half of this is she needs to get Wilzig's head. Now, preferably, it would be attached to his body. She doesn't want him dead or anything. He's in the Enclave. He moves to Philly. Then he gets the head taken off, and then she takes that with the ghoul all the way to, like, it goes on an adventure. It eventually gets back to the observatory. Why does Moldova pay someone called Rufus to pay someone called Tommy to pay someone called Ma June to help move Mr. Wilzig from Philly to the observatory instead of just doing it herself?
Oh, it's gonna get revealed in season 2. No, it won't. Like, why would you not answer that in this season? And why would you think that would even be? Why would they even come back to that? I'm saying that because a lot of people would make that argument. No Way Home deserves so much hate, says Moodcap. 100% agree. I think it's one of the worst Spider-Man movies of all time. like worse than Homecoming, Far From Home, Amazing Spider-Man 2. I might think about that one, but it's between No Way Home, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and Across the Spider-Verse. No way shite.
Went to the vault. That is further back than Philly. So she would have been. She had to walk past Wilzig to get to the observatory, and she decided instead she would pay a whole bunch of people to pay a whole bunch of people to get him to the observatory. Why not just do it herself?
I don't know I don't know the geography of these vaults and where they sit in relation to the observatory.
If you remember, Lucy, when she leaves the vault to go to Philly, she bumps into Wilzig immediately.
How did he not die?
Wilzig is known to be going.
Yeah, but you don't know where. You don't know how far he's wandered from where he
No,
started
but
off.
he's supposed to go to Philly. That's the point. Is Ma June is supposed to take care of him in Philly. She's paid to do that by Moldova. If Moldova's going to pay 3 different people to pay 3 different people to take care of him in Philly
Again,
to the observatory, why not just...
This is he calls her Moldover. I thought it was Moldaver, but yeah, that's her. She's the boss who kind of takes the raiders in the beginning and breaks into the vault, and then she takes the father of the main character and she leaves with him. And so Lucy, the main character, then leaves the vault and tries to find her. And then there's a lot of other shenanigans involved. What would a memory spell bring in people from different universes? Oh, you're talking about No Way Home. Why would a memory spell bring in people from different universes? I think the explanation there was that they mix up the order of the incantation, and so that sort of mix things up, and they did say that it was going to be dangerous. Or I guess they didn't. I think that's the bigger problem, because they did provide a reason that it's I don't even remember if they did say it's very serious, but it seemed, like they were impacting. Wong did. There we go. Wong did say that it was going to be a dangerous spell. But then they went through with it, and Doctor Strange never kind of gave Peter a talk before it. So I think that's an even bigger problem for Peter, who just blabbers on and on and on, and they never have a discussion about what they want to change specifically. And for Doctor Strange, who is irresponsible, even if you go like play laser tag, the people will tell you, give you like warnings, and they will try to teach you. Even if you know this info, they will still tell you this stuff. And in the movie where, you can impact the entire multiverse, apparently then it's they don't care about that. They don't really tell you much other than, yeah, just be quiet. And even when he's not quiet, he doesn't decide to just end the spell. He just tries to close it, but at the same time, closing it at that moment would have been perhaps too dangerous. Oh, brother. So, like, there's so many problems with that movie, and that's like just one scene, and I'm not even referencing what they did to Wong in that scene as well. It's a mess. They don't want you to ask questions as to how a spell works. Kind of. I mean, with magic, it's always difficult to get a feel of what they can do, but you can pick up on little things. And I guess if you're gonna say, okay, this spell affects the multiverse, and you're gonna ask, well, why is that the case? I don't think that's a solid argument, because they're the ones that are defining the rules of that, and it's fine that they say X equals Y. What the problem is then is that they then kind of like gloss over it, especially because it is so high stakes. If it is so high stakes, these characters should be acting way differently, and they're not syncing up with the stakes that are happening. Speaking of no stakes, that movie has kind of no stakes, really. But that's a broader argument, statement that I would be willing to defend, but I guess we're talking about Fallout, so. But yeah, I agree with it doesn't get enough hate for sure.
Just do it herself.
Also, the Enclave must be close because when Lucy leaves the vault, the scientist bums right into her, so he's got to be nearby.
Well, she used fire.
That's the thing. Is like this Moldaver woman, um, pays somebody to pay someone. She gets a person. She pays a person to pay a different person to get somebody's. Or is it? Does she pay somebody to pay a person? I guess no. The other woman pays a person. Okay, but Moldaver pays a person. That's what matters. To get somebody, which is like this scientist who has this important chip in his head, and instead of doing it herself, which we know she's willing to get her hands dirty and like create these brilliant plans that they won't even tell us why she made those plans and for what reason and how it contradicts her character now that we know who she is. You know, they don't tell you that, but we're supposed to believe at the start of the series that she is this smart, calculated girl boss, and she knows what she's doing. Why wouldn't she do it herself? When we meet her again, she's just sitting and doing nothing. We're not provided with a reason as to why she would pay somebody to get something that is extremely important to her. Like, by the end of the series, that chip, it powers the entire city. It gives it power, electricity, and it's a huge moment in the series. They make it very clear that's what it's for. And it's like, you're just sitting here. At least you could provide us with a reason as to why you're just kind of doing nothing. How come getting the father was more important than getting that chip? I don't think they explained that.
Fast travel to get there, clearly.
It's so retarded because I actually think that it's just something that they hope you don't notice.
It is.
She does all that work with the vaults herself, personally, with her raiders. She could have done Wilzig along the way, but she just doesn't, because otherwise we wouldn't have a whole plot.
Have you taken your heart medication today?
No.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
There is so much. I'm not even.
I have
fucking-
no.
Again, it's like they're just making jokes like that. Oh, have you taken heart medication? Or I think Critical Jinker said something that I don't remember now, but it's like, okay, you're just kind of like, of course you can joke and make fun of someone because you're all friends here, but it's like, okay, but what's your argument? We're still waiting for the argument, guys. And I'm telling you guys, like, I am 100% factually based. I'm like 100% right on this show, and it's the people who are wrong. Everyone else who says it's a great show. No, it's not. When it comes down to it, the people who say it's great can't even defend it.
Retort to that particular assertion.
You liked it. Apart from all those things, you loved it, though, right? You thought it was great.
I was so disappointed that Hank went from being what I thought was going to be an interesting man who would sacrifice anything for his daughter, including the safety of the vault to an extent. Like, that's how much he loved it. All the way over to, no, he just values the gene pool of super managers.
And he runs away at the end, which is this clip. Oh, not this clip. Oh no, the music. Okay, music is gone. But yeah, he just kind of escapes. That's him. And look at it. Yeah, the city kind of looks barren. Oh my gosh, is this New Vegas? With the end credits? Because I remember that was like one of the things we talked about. And it looks like the end credits are kind of just trying to show you more of New Vegas. Yes, it is New Vegas, says Far Cry Lego. Uh-oh. Well, there goes that guy who said that it was not abandoned and totally dead. Because it looks like it's like not even operational at any capacity. It looks like a total ghost town. Like, even the death claws are dead. This flying thing here is on the ground. It crashed. What happened here? There's something that happened here. So, I don't know specifically what you had issues with, Far Cry Lego, but whatever you said, I think I think it's I would say you probably yeah, it is New Vegas. Goodness. I think whatever you took issue with, and then you said that it was, it was a problem for you because it was abandoned. Well, you just got vindicated. Huh. You were right. Yeah. They're trying to make New Vegas not canon. Hmm. I think what they'll do, since at this point they wrote themselves into and they promoted themselves as being a part of the canon, and I find it weird that they made a lot of huge changes to the lore, or they added a lot of stuff into the lore as a TV show. I figured that stuff should be done in the video games since they're the main thing. But I forgot where I was going to go with that before I interrupted myself with a totally different thought. Oh, right, your comment about trying to make it non-canon. I think it will be, but they will just kind of contradict it and hope people will kind of ignore it because they don't care. Which is also that's awful, right? I think that's even worse than totally saying that it's not canon. Drinker's defenses are bad, but I will say there's nowhere near as bad as Actman's video. Oh no, what did he say? Oof. Oh my. Did he make... okay, I'm gonna have to watch that. But not today, of course, because we gotta finish this. And so yeah, the father just kind of left her all of a sudden. And he made no attempts to defame Moldaver. She went off on him, right? She lambasted him, but he never destroyed her reputation, even though he had all the reasons to do so. And it's like, okay. But obviously these guys don't care about that. And how are you going to make that about, oh, it's referencing the games? No, that's just a writing problem. Unless you're trying to say that, Fallout 4 was poorly written, therefore it's trying to be like Fallout 4. Again, which is not a good argument to have.
That was fucking.
Carl McLachlan's character, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Especially wasting.
Well, that's
such a good
I guess
actor
that's the
with
essence of what
cartoonish
Vault-Tec
supervillain.
is like the complete inhumanity of them, like valuing their experiments, their procedures, their mission
Gary's quiet
above
so far.
all else. That's it doesn't
Whoa.
bear out in terms of
You would say Far Cry Lego that Fallout 4 is even worse than Fallout 76?
like realistic human behavior, but that's the world of Fallout. That's the kind of people that get recruited into Vault-Tec.
How many
What does
characters
everyone-
have
Okay,
you
but
retarded before
I
is a
don't
bad
mind
show?
You'd be surprised at my tolerance for retardation in a show like this.
I couldn't get over the fucking capitalism and bad speech that they all have
Oh,
in the
yeah.
big table, the big room filled with fat cats talking about how the best way to capitalize on the world economy is to kill everyone. That shit was so fucking dumb. I was losing my
There's
mind.
no worthless.
I think that's where I guess I,
mean,
had an issue.
Listen, I didn't have an issue with that because I do believe that certain people would go that far. I can see where he's coming from, Mahler. But still, that doesn't change the fact that the show is flawed in all these other areas. It might be like a preference thing in terms of like, how do you tolerate like capitalism as a viable system? Like, I don't mind it. Those critiques, of course. What a cheat. Like, I'm telling you guys, this eagle eye vision is a cheat. You don't even have to like aim, you just have to fly through it.
Because in the games, it's always kept ambiguous as to how the war started. It was just an event which took place, and Vault-Tec didn't necessarily precipitate it. They just knew that it was going to happen sooner or later, and they prepared for it.
Yeah, I felt
now
like
it's
we didn't
unambiguous.
we
They're
didn't
like,
That makes sense in the lore, the meeting with the companies. It says Far Cry Lego.
yeah, we need to
didn't
do this.
know that
ourselves.
in season 1, did we? Really, that could have come a lot later as a twist.
Okay, hold on. Is this where this guy lives? On these outskirts?
Impresses me with the speed with which a group of men can turn from passive sheep into murderous wolves.
I'm impressed with how you nearly got us killed back there.
Yes, perhaps we should shelve the tonics business for a period.
What say we try our hand at racing again? There's a meet at Rathskeller.
You're trying my patience, Mr. West Dickens.
Well, I'm sorry, dear boy, but I'm only an aging vendor of exotic elixirs, not the bloody U.S. cavalry. Forgive me if matters take some time to prepare.
You said that was like one of the things you liked about the show. Yeah, makes sense. What, should we start another quest with him? Sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, it was a... I thought it was fine.
Mr. West Dickens.
Ah,
I guess it's like a... Maybe he's just fed up with the fact that, you know, on top of all this messaging, there's also like this extremely corny scene with all these evil capitalists. And it's like, okay, I can see why you would be fed up at that point. But at the same time, I do think that it is a genuine problem. And I do think that there are people like that in the world, unfortunately.
Marston! How wonderful to see
You just
you,
saw me, sir.
How wonderful.
Are we ready then?
Yes, sir. Nearly, sir. Very nearly, sir. I just need some cash to get some extra hardware fitted to my old Trojan horse here.
You what?
Never mind, sir. I can only presume that you have not enjoyed the benefits of a classical education, so I will not take umbrage if some of my illusions sail over your head, sir.
I won't pretend to understand you, but I will endeavor to make you understand me.
Dang,
Either
he's
we
so
do this
mean.
right now, or I put a bullet in you and get on with my day.
Please, I knew you were a violent man, Mr. Marston, but I did not think you were a stupid one. We need money to outfit my carriage, to turn a simple tradesman's vehicle into something more subterfuge. And I'm about to tell you how we are going to gain said cash. Now I know that you ride very well. So come, sir, to Rathskeller Fork.
Let's go, my dear boy. I'll show you the way.
Hold on, I want to get next to you. No, come on, hold on. What is wrong with this guy?
How are you, John?
Okay, all things considered. Hopefully we can get through today without running into another army of your satisfied
We're gonna
customers.
fail this mission because we didn't get into the carriage on time.
Come on. You're such a successful businessman.
Move,
What are you
move,
doing
move.
living in a cave?
Delightful and Dickensian, isn't it?
If you say so.
Are you familiar with the concept of philanthropy, John?
I'm surprised you are.
Let's catch
So,
this.
are you ready for the race, John?
Oh!
I could think of better uses for my time.
Let's fail this mission. That was rude. Get back to the clip then.
Which a twist that Mauler would have loved, obviously, but that was too much information too soon.
It also ruins Mr. House because Mr. House didn't know when the
Parker Lego, you said that the people in the world of Fallout are worse than those guys in the meetings. So it made sense. I also think the people in the shadows is the Enclave. Since all of the companies expect the people who were there, the origin of the Enclave. There you go. Since all of the companies expect the people who were the origin of the Enclave. I thought we were gonna fail this mission, but I guess we have to go there with a horse. Lame.
bombs are going to drop, which is why he's all fucked up in New Vegas because he missed it by a week. He went, it's in the next 15 years, I don't know when, was off by a week. In this one, he was told the exact date and didn't check his calendar.
Yeah.
So he's an idiot.
All I can gather from this is, don't worry, it's
Talking
supposed to be
about the
retarded. Okay.
I mean, I think that's kind of the gist of it, which
great,
I
man.
guess
Well,
it's not going to be a very
What do you mean?
satisfactory explanation. I understand that.
I like my satires
It's-
written with intelligence instead of
Thank you.
like.
Thank you for making that clear. Yes, you can have both. It's not that it's just not a satisfying explanation. It's a nonsensical one that doesn't say anything really.
You know, communist is just the word they give people who aren't insane.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's a quote
Well,
from the
she
show,
does
by the
no,
way.
but she does preface that by saying, "I'm not a communist." She
Oh,
specifically
okay,
says that she
sorry.
is
So let's just do that for the Yahtzees then. Hey, by the way, I'm not a Yahtzee, but that's just the word they use. If they said that in the show, it wouldn't happen, by the way. But then giving communism this special treatment, like, you can base an entire story around making people seem like the Red Scare was irrational and was misguided. That's the part you're missing, Critical Drinker.
Not one.
But then acts
So
like
the
one.
point.
And kills
Well, yeah,
people.
but the point she's making.
She was not like one, but then acts like one. Facts. Thank you. Exactly.
Is that like it's easy for Vault Tech to just smear people as communists in order to get them discredited and removed from any kind of threat position.
We
They
know.
refer to
against
their own
them.
meetings as like everyone's referring them to as communist meetings. They're in an exact opposition to capitalist ideology. Like that's the point of them. They want everyone to have free access.
The way I read
power.
it is that they're in opposition to like corporationism. They're in opposition to Vault Tech. Exploiting
Vault-Tec
people.
explicitly talks about winning the game of capitalism over and over again.
Yeah, because aren't they meant to reflect capitalism taken to its nth degree?
The game is
Well, corporates are
satirizing
more like-
the side of capitalism as, you know, be careful because it leads to war, famine, just horrible apocalypse because that capitalism benefits from war. Meanwhile, the characters who get called communists throughout the whole show are all the good guys.
And what does she
Yep.
want to do? She wants to give free.
Like, come on, like, that's commie apologetics, I'm telling you. Let's see if there's a cutscene happening. You need a horse to participate in the race. Okay.
Energy to everyone in the wastelands.
And Hank wants to stop
Yeah,
it.
but who calls them communist? It's Vault Tech.
It's
the
everyone
antagonists of the story.
We've got the people on the set.
So I
of the
don't believe
movie
what they
doing it.
say.
But you can also infer from the writers because the writers have removed any sort of blame from communist China because that's what
Yes.
starts the war. The war between China and communist China.
Again, like, communism in this show is treated as something like as something to be feared irrationally. So if you have issues with communism, it means you're just wrong and you should be dismissed because it wasn't a problem at all. And also, these characters do kind of act like communists, at least collectivists, in the very least.
China and capitalist America. Yeah, all the blame is on capitalist America.
They fought
The
in the
war wasn't it
and
between
she
Russia and
said-
America, like over Alaska?
No, it was China. China take Alaska, and then they invent power
yeah.
armor, push them out of
Yeah, yeah.
Alaska. Then they start to
Yeah.
invade China, and it's believed China froze the first nuke because they're about to lose.
And another
Well,
quote
that's
from
the
her is,
theory.
"We have more in common with those people that we fought in that war than we do with the people who are running this country."
Yeah.
But how do you want to interpret
Someone in
that?
chat.
Interpret?
Someone in
Well,
chat. said
is she
there's no-
referring to the people, like the people who have been manipulated into
On the
fighting the
ground?
war on the other side, like the soldiers? Like, do we have more in common with the common man, literally, who's just been slapped into a suit of power armor and told to go and kill these other guys, than we do with these corporate overlords who have sent us on these missions and
These
who are orchestrating?
guys in suit of armor who are psychotic, and all of them are whiny, crying babies.
The downfall of the entire human
Sorry,
race.
I'm not sure if I was listening, but when he said men in suit of armor, I'm pretty sure he was referencing Brotherhood of Steel.
I guess that's how I interpreted it. I didn't see it as necessarily a strict communist versus capitalist argument on her
That's what they
behalf.
want you to kind
But
of.
it's what she does. She
argue for
says
them.
communists aren't insane. Then later on, she's murdering innocent people. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like, do you take a word for it? She behaves like a
Well,
communist.
again, you know, she says, "I'm not a communist," but communist is just a word that they put on people who aren't insane,
started
as
late.
i.e., people who oppose Vault Tech. So I don't know. I call me crazy. I interpreted that as her saying, I've got no interest in communism. I don't think Vault Tech is in our best interest, and I think they're ultimately going to fuck
Can I
us
shoot
all
these
over.
guys?
And I want to hold them accountable. But they're going to call me that because it's an easy way to smear me and get me destroyed.
Yeah,
That's
if
what I
you worded
took it
it
as.
like that, that would make sense. But the problem is she kills innocent people in the future. So it's like her word means nothing.
Well, that's the thing.
It's more
Everybody
difficult.
is fucked in the
It's
show
just
because of the
inconsistent,
writing.
yeah.
Like, no, the show thinks she's a good person. They don't realize how much
Oh,
of an
she
awful
isn't.
person she is. Yeah.
I mean, is this a greater
Whoa.
good argument? where it's like, okay, she's willing to sacrifice some innocent lives in order to get free, unlimited
what-
energy restored to the wasteland, and
We went over this.
how?
What she did in Vault 33 made no sense for her own values and just general values in general. She wanted to release her raiders to just run around and kill people. Why?
Also, Lucy is a girl she cares about because she knew didn't Shady Sands, but her new husband tries to stab her to death. If she cared about Lucy, her new husband should have locked the door and went, "Don't care about what's going on outside."
They should have captured the overseer, revealed the truth, and got them out of there. Instead, she has them all have a big fucking war. It makes no sense.
But is there an element of I'm having to use these raiders because they're literally the only tool that I have at my disposal? And
They
they're
work for
not
her.
perfect, and they are, they get out of my control. They end up killing people.
No, they
that I
are
didn't want
fully
to
in
kill.
her control. They worship her. Remember, she's even got
Oh,
cults
they
around the
drink
world
blood.
planted them.
They smear each other in dead ashes and then it's forgotten about. Why is she the Flame Mother?
That part was particularly fucking strange.
They go, blood, drink blood, and then next week, the next morning, they're like, "Oh, gee, wait," and they can't cut the rope. I went, "Hang on a second, you cannibals."
They're not random raiders that she picked up from outside. They work for her.
The NCR survivors, because they come from that vault. They
Yeah,
worship her.
they all hate Hank specifically, but they shouldn't hate the people in the vault because they've all been tricked.
Yeah. And she knows this. She knows Lucy's mum. Lucy's mum would have told her this.
Well, yeah, and she's like as Reaper's mentioned a couple times, she's letting Rose's children get killed when she values them almost as much as she valued Rose. How does that make
That
sense?
guy tries to stab her to death. If he went, ignore what is going on outside and lock the door, that would make sense. Oh, he's trying to keep Lucy safe. But he doesn't. He goes, that was the best sex I ever had. I'm gonna kill you now.
Somebody in chat earlier said there's never been so many awkward silences on Open Bar before.
Well, there's another one.
I just wanted to point that out.
That's pretty cool. Drinker has
Gary,
no
what's
argument.
your thoughts on this?
Mahler had the floor, man. I was letting him go.
I've spoken too much. I shall
Yeah,
retire.
No,
Gary,
the long
Gary,
man is-
chat's waiting to hear from you, Gary.
They are waiting to hear
is a
from
long
me.
race.
I did finish all 8 episodes. I am obviously an expert gamer, so I played all of these games.
Hardcore, man. Hardcore.
Know them through and through. Especially Shady Sands. Is that what it's called? Sandy Shades.
There we go.
Shady Sands.
Shady Sands.
Shady Sands and the
Hand
arguments
shandies.
amongst the fandom with that. As a TV show without playing the game at all, I didn't like it. People were saying, "Hey, wait till the episode 4, man. It really kicks in with episode 4." I think it actually gets worse because
I'll get my coat. See you, drinker. Okay.
see ya.
Yeah.
I think it
Let's
gets
have an
worse.
argument.
It's fucking weird. I'm defending a show against charges of being woke from Mahler. It's fucking, what has happened to this world? Have I lost
say
my mind?
anything like that. I'm just
Parker Lego. Where in the games, everyone hated communism. Yeah, especially the Brotherhood. I don't know if everyone hated them. I don't know.
saying what's in the fucking show. All right.
Yeah,
That's all
we're
I'm
just
doing.
just talking about what's in the show. It's really easy to pick out the DEI check boxes. I saw that in the first episode. It gets fucking worse as it goes on. Maximus is a shit character. I just can't stand any scene he's
Yes.
in. He's just dumb.
Go on.
Yeah, I hate him.
Yeah,
actually.
like Lucy was fine. Like for one, she's hot, and like that helps. But
Oh, yeah.
but I think they really tried not to make her a girl boss. Like I think there was like, hey, we can't make her a girl boss yet, but we'll lead into that later because there's a couple of fight scenes that she had no business winning, and I understand that this is like satire. Like this is supposed to be satire. With the communist stuff, I think they try to play both sides of it. When she specifically does say, "I'm not a communist," but that's what they, put a label they put on people who aren't insane. And we're just fighting this evil corporation. But then there's like all this communist iconography running around, like the Russian.
He's gonna mention something about the Russians, but also like the cult in the show. There's a cult in the show that just treats this Moldaver character as a queen. I'm glad I never got into Fallout. Well, I think the TV show is creating a worse impression of the series than what it actually is. And also, the first two games, Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, are very different from at least tonally, are very different, and gameplay wise are totally different from 3, 4, and New Vegas. Far Cry Lego, play 1, 2, and New Vegas. I would say like it's not that black and white. I think this show is probably like one of the worst things that has come out of the series. Aside from like I've played Fallout 4, so I think it's it's definitely poorly written, and the gameplay is also outdated for what it could be. So Far Cry Lego, you said that Fallout 4 is worse than any other game in the series. Would you say that's also the case for Fallout 76? That Fallout 4 is worse than 76? Steven says, "Aight, Far Cry Lego. I'll try those and play those. I'll try and play those. No, 4 is horrible. Really, but have you played 76? That game was a mess at launch, and does it have a story? But 76 is a war crime. Yeah. Thank you. I thought for a second that you were going to say the opposite, which I'd be interested to hear if that's the case. Because I thought that 76 was generally agreed upon that was the low point. Oh, you act like it never happened. There we go. That makes sense. So yeah, so far, Critical Drinker, nothing to say. And like, he has no arguments, and I think he knows it. And now he's kind of making a point about how Mahler is just making arguments that he normally would. And so yeah, I'm interested to hear where Gary goes with this. And about the Lucy character, because I think I actually didn't think of it in that way. And what else was he going to say? Well, let's see.
Satellite that's perfectly preserved that they hide behind where she cuts his head off. I'm assuming that was a satellite.
For fuck's sake, it's just a big lump of metal in the desert. It's not
It
meant to
would have been
represent
fucking
anything.
destroyed. A satellite doesn't like crash like that.
So is that your argument? Oh, the satellite
I'm
crash
just-
landed on Earth, so like Soviet fucking communist stuff is better.
I'm just starting my argument. And then when they worship her, when they worship Moldavia or whatever the fuck her name is, communist iconography, and then just constantly, bringing up that Vault Tech again. I haven't played the game. Is supposed to represent capitalism and that degree of capitalism, and I think to myself, and I'm watching this on a $1 trillion company's streaming service, adapting a game with like 75 sequels. So I love it when Hollywood does it. You remember the Last Jedi? I remember their little Canto Bite thing. It's just as cringe. Ultimately, I like Walton Goggins. He's great in everything. He's great in everything. You ever seen Justified? Go see Justified. Justified's a great show. He's fine, except he spies on his wife, and I'm like, oh my god, over a dog.
Yes.
And
so true. That's something I never mentioned this, but the fact that he spies on his wife is so dirty to me. And also for the reason, but just the whole depiction of that, like a man spying on his wife because he doesn't trust her. That's gross.
That was a little hard for me to believe. Again,
I
don't
would
know
go
what's
to
in the
war
game.
over a dog, Gary.
Not with
Again,
my wife,
stupid jokes.
Yeah, I would.
Stupid jokes are not hard.
Dog, but what was that?
That's what the John Wick films are about. They kill his dog and he kills everyone.
Yep, they are. But it's not about your wife, dude. Come on, spying on your wife was a bit much, but ultimately it got kind of turned into a slog at the end. And some of for one, very convenient timing with so much, like people running into each other. So she starts out.
I also mentioned that.
Lucy starts out near the Santa Monica Pier, right? And they ultimately end up in the Griffith Observatory. If you're familiar with LA, LA is a pretty big area, but it would take
Don't know
about
where
that
any
long.
of that stuff is.
It would be really fucking hard to bump into people like that. Okay. LA is not like San Francisco where it's like really small. It's like
Gary,
7 by 7.
My favorite one is when he's trapped in the power armor and he's about to be eaten by rad roaches, and she's near death from radiation poisoning, and they bump into each other and save each other's lives in the middle of nowhere. It's like, nice, guys. Good job.
Yeah, the bully has already took the head in the opposite direction.
And it's
so
like, so we're talking about Maximus, the the member of the Brotherhood of Steel, and they're talking about Lucy. And they get separated at one point, they go their separate ways, and then they just kind of meet each other again. Like, what are the chances of that happening? And then they're very casual about it. It's like, oh hey, it's like almost like they expected to see one another.
Don't even use the tracker as an excuse.
Oh my god, dude! When he said we can trace the mutant, the ghoul for his radiation signature, I was like, "This
There's
is the
radiation
fucking
everywhere."
wasteland."
Yeah.
What? Everything is radiated? Are you retarded?
Yes.
A lot of it was. A lot of it was.
Again, Critical Drinker is just agreeing with everything, but you know, he's trying to play it off as a joke, playing it off ironically. So, lousy criticism. There you go, lady.
You saved my farm. May the Lord bless you.
Thank you.
It was nothing, lady. You be safe now.
Lucy was
Oh,
fine.
she gave him money, nice.
The ghoul was. I wanted more of the ghoul, but when you get to his backstory, I think they just explained too much. And you know, at the very end, they show that city. To somebody who's never played the game, they're like, and that was supposed to be a big moment. It's like, what the fuck was that?
I mean,
what was that?
They'll
I have
ruin
no
that next
idea.
season.
They're
Don't you
fine to
worry.
do that.
We'll find out. I love how the Brotherhood just takes a long fucking time to show up to places, then they wreak havoc at the end, and then they have enough time to have a big fucking conversation about, you know, like, are you gonna kill Dad? And like, when you can predict whatever Moldavia, I don't care what her fucking name is, I could absolutely predict. Well, that's a girl boss, and she'll be a misunderstood villain by the end. And when I saw Kyle MacLachlan, I'm like, he'll be the bad guy, and that's exactly what happened. When it gets that predictable, it suffers. It suffers from DEI. It's DEI storytelling, and it's obvious that a writer from Captain Marvel was involved with this, with some of the dialogue and some of the definitely messaging in it.
I will say, I want to put this out there that it is 100% less insufferable than pretty much anything that Disney have put out in the
Again,
past 5 years.
he's making the same arguments, which is that, oh, it's not as bad as all these other things, and that's like kind of whataboutism, except where whataboutism is kind of like bringing up a flaw in a different thing to justify the flaw in your thing that you're defending. You're doing the kind of like the reverse of that, which is, oh, this isn't as bad as something else, therefore it is good. No, that's not how that works. I'm sorry, Critical Drinker. And he's constantly using these, like, he has nothing but that. I mean,
Yeah, there's definitely some of those elements that
Lame.
you discussed there, but like in terms of,
yes, but anyway.
you know, the whole girl boss thing, like
There's girl bosses everywhere in this.
I don't even know why we're entertaining that as a bar anyway. Like,
Yeah,
I know, but
basically,
like it's all
we don't have
relative, and I
that-
have to go with what's available.
Relative?
Well, the boss
plenty of
becomes
How is
so
it relative?
Well,
Did you
maybe
say
that's
that?
it. You know, maybe the bar is just that low.
Yes,
Sorry,
thank
Rico,
you for
go ahead.
bringing
the
that up.
open
Oh,
bar
that's
is
fine.
that low.
It's at the point now where you have She-Hulk literally break the fourth wall and go, "You piece of shit." And they go, "Well, it didn't do that."
Hello there.
That's basically like the bar now. Because she was designed to be a Mary Sue from the beginning. She's a fencer, a martial artist, a scientist, an engineer. She's an expert marksman. She's a
Yeah.
gardener. She has like 50 skills that she never uses.
That's kind of
That was
Yeah, she
definitely a
point of
rethink.
view
Well,
Well,
I
so-
thought a lot
Yeah,
of that
sure.
was just referencing the special system.
yes.
Well,
She doesn't use
you
any
know,
of it in-
she even points out
yeah,
that
she
she's not
doesn't
particularly
use
good
any
at
of
certain
it.
things. Like she's not good
But
at
she lies. It's sarcastic because she goes, "I'm not particularly good."
Isn't it funny that she's like the worst at using weapons? But that's all she uses in the show? Is he going to make that point now?
And hits the bullseye in the marksman training. But those
Yeah,
skills
sure.
are never used once.
I mean,
She shoots people.
you know, I bought into that. They even mentioned like they're naive and they're stupid and they're supposed to be the best gene pool, but they're not. They're a bunch of fucking idiots because they're management. They're middle management. That's kind of funny. I think you can
HR
run-
department.
And also, why did all the people in Vault 32 kill themselves? Like, learning the truth is not like... Well, we found out what the truth was, which is that Vault 31 was just kind of... or that, you know, the company responsible for the vaults was the one responsible for the nuclear explosions, that's not enough of a reason for me to kill myself and kill all the other people that are in that vault. Again, another instance of mystery box storytelling. Another case of she's just gonna stay here. I need to bring her medicine, then she's just gonna stay here.
Don't look like the Almighty's much inclined to help you out here. I was kind of worried about you, so I brought you some medicine.
Oh, heavens. Oh,
She's so
praise you,
weird.
Lord. I knew you'd save me.
Excuse me?
You see, it was only through his will that you were ordered to save me. Tell me, were there angels in your vision?
Jenny, can I take you back into town?
Praise you, Savior. I knew you'd save me.
Will you come with me?
Oh, I'm fine here, mister.
Hmm?
I'm in heaven. Heaven.
What is wrong with this woman? I want that medicine back. I'm not gonna just leave her here. I want the medicine, and you're coming with me. Strange things are afoot? Yeah, no, I'm taking her with me. I'm sorry, she's just too weird about this. And I guess this isn't the part of the mission, but I'm taking her with me. I'm not leaving her here. She needs help.
What does this mean?
I just don't know who I'm supposed to take her to, which of the towns. I guess whichever one will work. Venom movies are bad without DEI mandates. Yep. Agreed. Woodcap said that. So 76 is easily the Disney trilogy, he also says. I hate that it's not as bad as this show defends. So what? I still want good entertainment. Oh, and so that's why you bring up the Venom thing. So true. I guess we can take her here. Wait. Yeah, I guess we can take her here. Right? Hopefully.
Yeah, there it's a
Well, I
giant
think it's,
HR department.
well, I think as well, like the show satirizes kind of lefty politics on immigration and stuff as well. Like when they capture a whole bunch of the raiders, and you got people talking about trying to integrate them into like the vault culture and stuff, and it's like clearly these people are like complete psychopaths that will murder you as soon as they get out of their holding cell.
But when they were starting to calm down, somebody poisoned them.
Yeah, the show doesn't align with that at all. It just kills
in
them.
fact,
It obviously
wrong.
condemns that.
Yeah, it's going. These people.
Well,
were
that's the
gonna
point.
invade
It's like
and stop
it's clear just from looking at it, like that's a stupid plan. Like if you were to try and rehabilitate them and release them into your vault, they would kill everyone.
Well, yeah, but the show, we don't get to explore that at all. They all just
Well,
get
I know, because like obviously it doesn't want to go down that direction, because if you
Well,
tried
then-
to do it, then it would kill all
Why
the
bring it
characters
up,
there,
then?
and you wouldn't get any of the subplot about Vault 31.
If you're gonna interpret that way, what do you have to say about the character in Vault 4 who says, I hate that we have to take in new people and that we can't call them names and that we have to like this smelly culture?
Because it's giving you different perspectives, because each vault is different and the mindset of the people in them are different. I guess that's the point. It's like trying to satirize all different perspectives and
No,
taking them to their most extreme level and just saying like,
Okay.
this is stupid, isn't it?
What I'm getting at is he has his rant about he hates immigration, and then she just stares at him like he's a fucking crazy person. Meanwhile, when you have an actual ethical dilemma of a bunch of people try to attack and steal stuff from you and kill some of you, you've got them captured in a pen. Do you just kill them all? What do we do? What's the and that they
Yeah,
highlight
the
that.
no, you're missing the thing though. Like he's talking about like, oh, I couldn't even make a joke about how I can't remember what it was. Something like
A bomb.
going off.
It was
Yeah,
from
a
the-
bomb
yeah, it
going
was
off
from-
because they're refugees from a fucking town that got nuked. And he's like, oh, I couldn't even, make a joke about that because it totally bombed.
Yeah, because
It's
they
like,
get
okay.
offended.
And she looks at him because of that, because of the very obvious, like, yeah, that is going to be really hurtful or really shit thing to say to someone who's just survived a nuclear blast.
It's
Like,
not just the joke, it's all of it. He says, like, I can't make fun of their smelly food. It's such a weird thing.
I know.
Obviously, the
Well,
point
yeah,
is
it takes it to the
sorry,
and he
dude.
says like, the only reason he does it is because of policy that was set a long time ago. Like, what do you think the point with that is?
I with the character of Maximus, like you guys have pointed out how dumb he is. When we first met him, I thought he was going to be this super cool guy that was really good at everything. I was kind of glad that
I mean, I do think that the point of different vaults is to show different perspectives, so I'm not sure if I understood everyone's argument here. Why is this guy trying to kill us when we're trying to help this woman?
they made him a bad person, that he was actually a bit of a narcissist, that he doesn't help that cleric played the cameo role from the guy from True Romance, which was quite a nice little touch.
Oh, Rappaport.
And yeah, and I mean, I did hate him. I kind of wanted him to die. I did find his character annoying, but I kind of liked that. I liked the fact that this guy was not noble, that he wasn't, you know, all righteous and everything. He's actually very much about himself and his own ego and stuff. And I thought that was a pretty brave decision to set him up like that. So,
well, I think with that particular guy, with the knight who's dying, you know, the guy, for one, has proven himself. He's proven himself to be a fucking coward because he runs away from like
Every
the
member
bear
of the
thing.
Brotherhood
and
is a
so it
coward.
shattered his illusions about what the knights actually are. And two, the
He
guy's
himself
sitting
is a
there
coward.
saying like, "You need to give me that med pack, but even if you give me the med pack, I'm going to
Yeah.
make sure that you get fucking executed once you get back to
that's
base."
smart.
That is
dialogue
not
was
something I
pretty
would
shit,
say to
hey?
a person who I need their help to
If
not
you let me
die.
live, I'll punish you.
He may as well have been like, "You best heal me, because if you do, I'll make your life a living hell. You'll regret the very day you heal me, but you better
I don't
heal me."
care,
I was
dude.
like,
I'm trying to help this
"Fucking
Yeah,
woman.
that was
he had-
immense
I agree,
retardation right there.
I agree. I wish he hadn't said that line. It would have been better if he didn't say that, and the guy still behaved.
Yeah, because there's a way to
insane.
make that scene play out in a more intelligent fashion.
Absolutely.
Where it's like,
There's a
you know, he's
way-
like, "Oh, you know, heal me up and we'll go back to base." And then, you know, Maximus can say, "Well, what are you going to tell them about what happened here?" And, you know, he can gradually get more suspicious. And then you just see him withdraw and the guy beg for help. And then he just, you know, passes away. That could work. That could have worked in a much better way.
With Lance, that I like the idea of having a character who is morally dubious or even morally, you know, just an asshole, especially in the world of Fallout. We could definitely make that work. What I'm finding is loads of people find Maximus to be the worst character, and I was curious because I was trying to figure out what it
He
is
is.
exactly. Could it be the performance? People have said he looks like he's perpetually crying. I understand that, the facial expression from the actor. He's not particularly good. That's okay, though. I feel like that wouldn't explain why everyone hates him. I think what it is that he is assumed by the Brotherhood of Steel to have sabotaged a fellow brother, and he gets promoted to squire. It's like,
Brother.
Yes.
okay, fine, I guess that's pretty lucky. Then his knight dies by him letting him bleed out, and he essentially just takes the suit. He gets all of this as a result of doing something pretty bad. You're like, damn, okay. Takes the identity, you know? And then next up, like, he goes through all these horrors in the wasteland, but he keeps getting bailed out by the plot constantly, right? Anytime he gets close to death, someone turns up, something turns up. He's always just
His
fine.
suit
just a
always
moment.
turns up. That's like,
And
oh,
then-
they found his suit. That's
Yeah, there you go. We got him.
What
It's
about the
fi-
head?
Yeah. Oh, brilliant for Vault 4 to not only find and
Yes.
provide the
I
suit
guess you
back. That
can't
was
help
fucking
this
amazing.
woman.
Anyway, he then goes back to the Brotherhood after having stolen the identity of the knight, admitted that there's
You
so
gotta
much
wait
sus
until
shit
it
going on with
opens.
everything that he has done, lied, stolen, lies to the entire Brotherhood about the very material they need the most. They find this out, that he fucking lied, and then he says, "Wait, don't kill me. I know where the actual one is." Like, if you know where the actual one is, that's even worse. And so what
Yeah,
do they
you've
do with
admitted
him?
to treachery.
What do they do with him? They tell him, "You've come to understand the truth about the Brotherhood of
No,
Steel. Power is
before that-
taken."
Before
No, I'm
that,
talking
his
about-
trans friend, his trans friend goes, "Don't do it." And he goes, "Okay."
Well, yeah,
And
but
that's
it's not
twice.
only-
She gets
her
promoted,
to the
but every
police.
time she gets like all
Well,
because
dude,
she says, "Don't do it."
he gets promoted, right? And then she gets promoted as well because he says, like, "Why are you coming on the mission?" And she's like, "This is my punishment." I was like, "Punishment?
What?
This is the thing
They
that
reward
he's doing."
failure.
Yes,
You
that
understand-
happened.
Remember, he
Crazy.
accidentally looks like he's the one that killed Moldova, and so now he's
Yeah.
going to be the right-hand man of the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel. I think people don't like the Maximus storyline because he does everything stupid and keeps getting rewarded. He keeps failing
I
upward.
think there's someone in the organization either protecting or deliberately promoting him. That was
Oh,
what
it's
I.
a trans woman.
Now I could be wrong. It could be crap
Then how did
writing,
she get
and you might be
promoted?
right. But my gut feeling is there's something else
Getting
behind that.
locked up,
But
lady,
I'm quite
for
willing to be
dealing
He's
with
like the
wrong.
Forrest
drugs.
Gump of this
For doing
story,
drugs.
and
Yeah, he is.
yeah, it would. I don't know. It didn't pull out. Like, have him earn something, because in Forrest Gump he earned some shit. Okay, he didn't just stumble across everything. So have him earn something. He kind of does it. Oh no, he gets knocked out at the end, and then he gets credit for killing.
Gary, it is insane. He gets
Yeah.
he's going to be the right hand knight of the main leader of the Brotherhood of Steel,
Just
all
like
because
that.
he accidentally gets knocked out into places that best benefit him.
How
He
did he
made such
survive?
awful decisions. There are no consequences for any fucking thing that he did.
No, well,
He
let's go to
All,
Seth.
in real life, in my industry, a lot of really crap, untalented people get really far, and some of them are making shows like
they
you know,
I
it
don't
does happen in-
disagree.
It does
I
happen
think-
in real life, you know.
I think it's fair to say the writers wrote what they knew.
Well, how did he survive getting punched in the head
Okay,
by losing his dad?
Oh, don't
just
worry
for the
about it.
sake of being fair, because now they made a joke to write, and they wrote him off with a joke. But you know, he brought up a point that is still false because you know, obviously certain people get something that they don't deserve, but there's usually a reason as to why that happens, whether it be nepotism or if it's take something like, for example, well, nepotism is one of them. Maybe you like in the Hollywood fashion, the casting couch, for example, you do somebody a favor, they will promote you. You know, there's a multitude of reasons as to why you would get promoted, even though it's done unfairly. The problem with this show is that you don't know why he got promoted. Like, the reasons as to why he got promoted don't make any sense. So, just so we're clear on this, that still makes no sense.
Power armor shit. It doesn't do anything.
You know what?
Flying
for a
his
second, I
head
thought he
should've
was
came off his
dead,
shoulder.
and I'm like, at least that's something. You
At
know, if
least
he
that's
actually.
Get what you need? Ready to help me?
Not quite ready. You see, I wasted a bunch of time looking for that last bit of map. And I got to thinking, Moses was a liar.
What?
And I imagined myself doing all kinds of unpleasant things to his corpse. And then I realized...
Oh, okay, him.
Realized you were sick in the head? That you needed to move on with your own limited time on Earth?
No, partner. I realized Moses weren't no liar. The issue was Aiden O'Leary, who said he had the body. Aiden died in that flu epidemic, and the bodies weren't even buried yet.
Got the body sitting in the back of that wagon behind you?
Yes, sir.
You're not even gonna wait until they're buried before you...
Well, they don't care, do you, boys? Honest folk off to a better place. Apart from that Aiden O'Leary fella, I never liked him. They say he lay with his sister.
That's creepy.
I don't like women, partner.
Oh.
I don't.
Hold on, let me take out my gun.
Seth, what are you gonna do with those bodies?
Oh, I don't want to know anymore.
I'm gonna take him back to a nice quiet spot and look for the map.
Okay.
I needs the map, partner. I needs it.
Let's go! We ain't the only ones with an interest in these here fellers.
I think you're the only one with the interest in these fellas. I don't know what you want to do to them, but I do not approve, and I do not want any part in whatever it is that you want out of this. And if you want me to
Come
do...
on!
Speaking
Loitering
of
with the pile of
favors,
dead bodies ain't exactly the best idea.
this guy, I don't know, he's just giving me sus vibes. Alright, yeah, let's go back to the clip.
I think
now.
we should be
By
getting
the way,
out of here.
what do you think of this, mixing gameplay with the video that on the side? Like, do you like this format, or do you prefer it when we kind of did segments? And, no, sometimes we, like with the Rogue and Captain America, we kind of focus on one thing. But I'd like to know if you guys kind of like, the fact that we're doing both at the same time.
he died, that would have been something. I'm like, oh no, he's not dead. What am I thinking? Oh, they let Kyle MacLachlan just fucking fly away at the end too. It's like, well, it's better to follow us. I was like, what?
Speaking of
Yeah,
flying
it
away,
seemed to like put a tracker on him or something, but like I don't think he did.
Yeah.
Hi, what are we talking about? Hey, obscure missions. We are now playing Red Dead Redemption, but also we're watching an argument or like a debate between, right, the Fallout show, where you know, it came out and one side liked it, and then the other side did not like it in the stream, and it had a lot of there was a lot of reasons, and I kind of went over them myself as to why I didn't personally like the show in the last stream that we did, and I spent like the first hour of the last stream was basically me giving you the main 4 reasons as to what is wrong with the show. Of course, there are more specific reasons, like you could get even more specific as to why I didn't like the Fallout show. Excuse me. But that was a big part of it. And now, like, we also watched at a different stream a review, Critical Drinker's review of the Fallout show, and he gave very weak arguments as to why he liked it. Very general, very vague. So in this video, I was hoping he would give us more, and I think so far we've watched like a lot of it. We've watched 40 minutes of it actually, and this is the best he was able to do. He's constantly giving us more vague arguments. He is using the argument that, okay, it's not as bad as all this other quote unquote woke stuff. That's what he calls it. Therefore, it must be good. And that's not really an argument. And also, he says, oh, and he makes jokes to kind of write off people's points. Like when people say it's like these characters are stupid, he says, yeah, that's good, or something along those lines, and he treats it as some kind of joke. And yeah, he's doing a poor job at explaining himself here on his own show. And all these other guys are giving him reasons after reasons, examples after examples as to why something works and doesn't. And this other guy here on the right at the very bottom also liked the show, and he's also incapable of injecting himself into the conversation to provide some sort of defense. So that's what we're kind of watching right now. And we're nearing the end of the clip soon.
Why didn't Michael Rappaport fly away?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because he was too stupid.
He was too stupid. Everyone's too fucking stupid in this whole show constantly. It's fun.
I don't remember those suits being able to fly in the game.
You could get a jetpack attachment for them, but it depleted the fusion core really quickly.
Oh, okay. Maybe
I'll say some good stuff. Sorry,
Walton
Walter Goggins. The aesthetic is really cool.
Walton.
Walton.
Yeah.
Did I say Walter? Sorry, Walton Goggins.
Goggins.
I'm retarded. Stop. I like the aesthetic. I like some of the costumes. Some of the gore was pretty cool. I chuckled a couple times. Like the dog. I like the dog. Was it Dog Meat? Is that the name of the dog?
Meat, yeah.
Yeah, your companion.
Yeah. So like,
Why?
my wife loved it.
Why'd you like the dog though, Gary?
Because it's a dog.
Dogs are nice,
I like dogs.
I was just making sure it was just because it's a dog. That's all good.
And they can
doesn't
be
he
your
stumble across
friend.
the dog?
We're going to get you one for Christmas.
I've got 3 dogs. They're old though. They're old.
Can I touch upon the? Sorry, it's your show. You should probably go. No, Gary, I interrupted you. Carry on,
I just wanted to ask, how in the fuck did the doctor escape getting shot almost directly by probably a 50 caliber Gatling gun, whatever the fuck that was when he was escaping?
Yeah,
How in
more
the
touch on that.
Gary,
that was really shitty action staging, and I don't know why they did that. They could have
How
just
did he
had
escape the Enclave? How did the waddling doctor who's like 50 escape the Enclave? I have no idea.
And Mahler, did you do a count on how many times baby Maximus, kid Maximus walked out of the fridge?
Oh,
you told me it was a lot. It's like 6.
I think it was a grand total of either 5 or 6.
It's 5 or 6.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
a lot of
didn't he survive?
flashbacks.
Didn't he survive a nuke like Indiana Jones did in
He
the
did,
fridge
he did.
with
Yes,
a hole
in the
in the
fridge.
back of it?
They should have had a take where Indy comes
There's
out
a
behind
hole in
him.
the back of it.
This is what I mean about their inept approach. It's like they're referencing.
So I thought that they were referencing Indiana Jones. So basically the backstory for Maximus is that he survived like a nuke, an explosion. Whoa, dang, that guy's on fire. Literally. Oh no, now we're on fire. Literally. That's not good. Well, too bad. Okay. And what was I saying? Maximus, yes, he survives as a kid. See, this is so easy now that I know how this works. He survives as a kid in a fridge. He just jumps into a refrigerator and he's saved from an explosion, supposedly. Indiana Jones crystal of the skull or something. I forget what the kingdom of the skull. I don't know. I don't like that movie, so see, I can just shoot him and him at the same time. So he survives a nuke with that, and okay. Oh, nice. We got him to die. And yeah, that's that.
One of the dumbest moments in the history of Indiana Jones, while having a very dramatic, like, this is a core memory that made him decide to fight for justice in the world of Fallout. It's like, what are you doing? This is just funny.
Also, the Brotherhood of Steel are at war with the NCR. Why is there a Brotherhood Knight right in the capital of the NCR to rescue him?
I don't actually know what the fuck that knight was doing there now. I guess
In the
maybe they'll tell us in
capital of
season 2.
enemy territory.
Yeah, Mauler, just remember, there's only 3 Indiana Jones films. 3.
There is.
That's
But
all.
there was
And there's
6
no
scenes
Fallout
of
TV
him
show.
walking out of a fucking refrigerator. We would have gotten it with
Yeah.
2. Okay.
And it's
Yeah,
not
well,
like
you
each
know what?
scene, like it's not like it shows you a bit more each time.
No,
it is
no.
pretty much just the same thing.
Just the last time they show more. They
What's
show
funny
more.
is when she's like,
yeah.
he's the one. Shady Sands, he did it. And then it like he slows it down. He looks at it. I was like, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do the flashback. They show the
Yeah.
fridge again. It's like, no.
It's too good to only show once.
You know what? And if with that revelation, if Maximus just shot Kyle MacLachlan in the head right there, that would have. I'm like, shoot him in the fucking head right now. Just kill him. Just fucking kill him. Yeah.
It says that I am now somewhat known around the frontier. You significantly less to convince officers of the law to turn the blind eye.
And that would have had more impact, but no.
I wanted
was
to
the
touch a
scene?
little bit on the difference, the divide amongst gamers, because even amongst the Fallout fandom, right, not just the show, but the games themselves are divisive. Because
Yes, they are.
James Moore here has said, and this is for $100, so you know he's serious. Fallout show is good if you like Bethesda's absolute slop. The Black Isle Obsidian games are the good and serious with a hint of dark humor. The ghouls aren't zombies. They need food and water to survive. The Brotherhood were never a large faction until Bethesda took over. 3 out of 10 at best. Harsh. sir.
How big was the Brotherhood originally?
Well, they were kind.
So, you know, now Critical Drinker's somewhat trying to distract us from the arguments, and he's trying to make it about something else now. Whatever.
Hey, Seth.
I think he's pretty much
Seth, come back here.
Oh, hey, partner.
proven me right that he has no arguments.
Looking for me. What? Over there?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Well, see you later, partner.
Where you going, partner?
Nowhere.
Okay. Nowhere wouldn't happen to be where that thing you're looking for is kept, would it?
No, sir. No, sir.
Come on, partner.
Okay, I was just fooling. Partner, you know, the thought of that treasure does funny things to me. According to the map, it's somewhere in that big abandoned house.
Big-ish, but they were losing to the NCR because Mr. House says this. He goes, fancy power armor and laser rifles are nothing when you're outnumbered 15 to 1. And they were all hiding in bunkers in New Vegas. Like, and then that's the thing. The scribe goes, "We've fallen on bad times." When, what are you talking about? Your biggest enemy's dead, and you've got a blimp. You're more powerful than you've ever been.
Bunch of helicopters and lots of, I guess, lots of weaponry and yeah, dude. Lots
Yeah,
of
but like
bullets.
they're absolutely getting slaughtered. And now the biggest rival's gone, and they should be the undisputed power.
Drink
Yeah,
or
that's
whatever.
what I was
mention of Caesar's
thinking.
Legion.
I was, how could she be in charge when they are obviously pretty fucking strong? You know, with a
Yeah.
lot of people, and again, like endless. You know, they didn't seem to be wanting for too many resources, right?
No.
The Brotherhood.
No.
The Brotherhood. Yeah, they seem like they had plenty of fuel.
I
Plenty
like
of
the
weaponry.
animation for these characters.
You know,
Yeah, so they're the remnants of the,
Oh, he's
the
still
U.S.
up?
military. That's why they've inherited all
no.
the power armor, the weaponry, the helicopters, all that sort of thing.
Well, the Enclave in New Vegas were like 5 old guys, and now they've got a giant facility. Somehow the Enclave is back, like Palpatine. They're just back now.
Well, they are and they aren't, because when you see their facility later, it's abandoned. So I don't know what you're meant to take from that.
But you had the alarm, and you could see guards, you could see scientists. They had multiple dog experiments. They were doing quite a lot. When you consider, like, they were just 5 old dudes in New Vegas.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It does a bad job of world building because, like,
yeah, I had no idea what the Enclave was. I just thought
Well,
they
the
were
f-
inside that building, but I had no idea how
Whoa.
big it was. And who was
Yeah, it
running
doesn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
dang.
It,
How does he take
it
his
seems
dog
to rely a
outside?
lot
Sorry,
on people
Seth.
having knowledge of the games, which is a problem. 'cause
He
there's
shot
lots of
But
shot
if you
people
do
and I
have
thought it was
knowledge
an
of the
enemy.
games, it goes against them. So it wants its cake and eats it too. It wants people to know the games, but it also doesn't want to be held to the same standard as the games.
Yep, it's like the
Yeah,
Halo
but the
show.
Enclave are not just
Yeah.
referenced in New Vegas. They've been a staple of Fallout.
But they've
all
been
throughout the
like
series.
massively destroyed. It's like the Brotherhood. Brotherhood is like on the losing path, and then now they're just winners. The NCR is the biggest faction. Now it's like Raiders.
Well, I mean,
Race
even
Caesar's
if you
Legion's
if you
just
played,
gone.
yeah, but even if you played the later Fallout games like 3 and 4, the Brotherhood were massive. Like they had huge
That's
resources.
that's a different chapter. That's on the other side of the country.
Isn't-
on
isn't
the
the
Californian
first time
coast, they're
we-
getting decimated.
Reaper, the first time we see the airship, isn't that in Fallout New Vegas? When it
No,
gets
it's
come up?
Fallout
4.
3. Did you not see them 3 as well? No.
I thought they first
No,
turn up in 3. In isn't it
The
3
f-
or?
Oh,
or
you mean the
New Vegas?
vertibirds or the blimp? There's the Pridwin or the vertibirds. Because the little helicopters are in 3.
Yeah, because
But then
then
the
Right,
Enclave
yeah,
happens.
no, you're right. The Pridwin doesn't show up until 4.
No.
It flies right overhead. Yeah.
Are you sure? I thought it turned up in New Vegas.
The Pridwin, which if it is the Pridwin, why is it all the way from the Commonwealth? Why is it from Boston? Flew
Because it looks
across
like
the
it's from
country.
the
Do they have like the
games.
entire country to themselves? Like, what's the power level?
I just remember seeing it come over the top of me
What's
when I
this
was
guy
on top
doing?
of that building.
Oh,
With the, you've got the crashed
dang.
helicopter and you rescue
Oh.
the guy who's like under
He
siege.
said-
And that's the first time you meet the brother.
Did you guys see that? He's like, don't leave anyone alive. And then he finished this guy off. Crazy.
And then shortly after that, it turns up and soars over the top of the building. And I'm sure that was
That was
in
savage.
New Vegas, which is the only one I can remember playing all the way through.
I just saying, number 4 is the one with the most powerful. Number 3, they're kind of struggling to stay alive against the super mutants.
Right.
And in this one, they just seem to be just unstoppable.
Oh, everybody's saying Fallout 4 in the chat. so
Yeah, it's the
maybe I-
Pridwins when you
Maybe I did play that and I got it wrong.
you kill Kellogg, and then he goes, I've got
Kellogg,
your son
yeah.
in the institute, and then you leave, and then you see the Pridwin. But the thing is,
Right.
though, it's a terrible job with the factions. I don't like. It didn't even explain what they wanted. Like, what's the
See,
Enclave?
now I think they're just kind of getting lost in... Maybe it's the right to do it, but I think now they're kind of getting lost in the game. Like, no, they're kind of comparing how... Maybe it's a good thing to kind of compare it, right? But to what end? It's not like it matters whether the plot is better or not. I guess from a lore perspective it does, right? So yeah, let's listen to this.
Once. There's a throwaway comment with the Brotherhood of Steel. Considering they're a major faction, you'd think they'd do a bit more.
You know what I'm gonna do here, right? I'm gonna put
You're
it
gonna
to the
make it
chat. I'm gonna put a poll out there saying, is
Good
Fallout
idea,
any
Drinker.
good?
Well done.
Yeah,
Fallout
Lance
any
suggested
good?
this to me, and it's a good idea. So here you go. The
Well, yeah,
poll
especially
should
with
be
his chat.
active.
No, I just
Well, while
let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
While they're voting, Drinker, I want to ask you about some lines of dialogue. Right? I want to know what you think of them. Quote:
Ooh, let's see this.
Regular boys can get angry and they'll
Oh,
just
God.
pee on the wall. But clever boys like you, when they get angry, you're lucky not to have seen where that can lead. Just tread lightly.
That takes me back to my.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure what I should interpret from that one. I remember the line.
So
I guess
what you
what
should
she's-
interpret from it is the smart people when they're angry get more threatening than stupid people
Well,
when they're
yeah,
angry.
yeah, fair enough.
But they decided to write that as regular boys piss on the wall when they're mad.
Which scene was that in?
I think you're not meant
Remind
to
me.
take that literally. I think that's safe to assume. Like it's
No,
her
you're not
point
taking it
being-
literally, but that's supposed to be some kind of a metaphor. Like, what the fuck was
Well, her point
pissing on the
being,
wall?
like, you know, people might resort to physical violence when they're angry, and
There's a
like
better
you're
way to say
clearly
that.
you're clearly
Yeah, you
more
know-
dangerous
But it's
because you're
Jonathan
smarter,
Nolan.
and that
we
is
know
a bigger threat.
Yeah.
You very much know as a writer, there's about a billion ways to write that line. They chose to say, "Boys when they're angry will pee on the wall."
Because that's what I do when I'm pissed all the time.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Literally
Like
pee on the
they're-
wall.
You know, like there's so many better ways to get. The
Yeah,
idea
yeah, I
across.
get you. I get you.
Do you remember when Thaddeus gets a moment to explain his backstory and he says, "I got beat up a lot, and then a new guy came in, Maximus, and I said, let's beat him up. Funny idea, and it worked, and I was really
Why do
popular.
the
It
scribes
was
hate
great."
him then?
Yeah, because he's
The leaderships hate him.
so yeah. Again, like, is it the most elegant way of getting that point across? No, but
But
he's
it's
not
better
an
than
articulate
Marvel.
man. He is a pretty simple character.
No,
So I can totally get that he would see the world in very broad, simple terms, like playground mentality of like, okay, you pick
I
up a
am
weaker kid. And it's,
I'm no longer accepting he's a retard as a response to any
it's
of my
not like he's a retard, but it's simply he is
The writers
not
are.
he is not an articulate philosopher who sees the world in complex ways. He is a
Like you,
simple-minded
Mola.
man. He's a grunt.
It's not about that. It's about the writers choosing to make his backstory and then just have him describe it this way. There's plenty of dialogue in the show that's perfectly normal, but when you have the heartfelt moment of understanding his history and who he is as a person, the way he says it, right? I was hoping to get through the whole quote. I get beat
Sorry.
up a lot, and this new guy comes in, and I said, let's beat him up. Funny idea, and it worked. I was really popular. It was great. I just wish he lived long enough to beat someone else up.
Yeah.
Well, he lived longer to beat someone else up.
Fucking hell.
It sounds,
I get it, like,
dude,
it
it sounds like
really-
a modern
yeah.
Marvel comic. That's what
Yeah,
it sounds like.
Really simplistic,
Yeah.
really dumb. Like, I do not know what the
Overwritten,
education level
dumb.
of these characters is
Yeah.
going to be. I'm guessing it's very low.
I
They
think we
do
should
not
ask
see
that of the
world-
writers.
Yeah. You get the point that he's trying to convey. It's like, this is all cyclical. Eventually, he was going to graduate to the point where he could pick on someone else, and, like, then he would be...
Much like the pissing on wall line, there is an idea. We're talking about the execution of the idea, which to me is indicative of their shitty dialogue writing. They're not very good at rendering their ideas into dialogue in the show, and I think that is present throughout.
With the pissing on the wall thing, I would interpret that as she is very patronizing towards him because she is an arrogant character who's talking down to him. She's trying to infantilize him because, again, that's the world of this vault where people are not treated with respect that is due to, like, adult human beings. They're infantilized, and that might be how she would phrase a description like that. Again, it sounds shit to our ears because it's not elegant writing, but it's a creative choice that they've made. You can definitely debate the merits of that for sure. And again, with the Brotherhood of Steel guy,
The problem is everyone in the Brotherhood of Steel is just a joke, a running joke, and I guess that line I didn't have that. Like I guess I understand what he's saying, so I do agree with him to a point. I think they could have, like with Mahler, I also agree that it could have been written better and convey the character who he is, and not make just another male character, make him just a total moron who is dumb, stupid, emotional, and incompetent. And yeah, I think they could have done that. But at the same time, I wouldn't have minded if there was one character like him who would have said that stuff. So, and then just make everyone else more competent. So, you know, it's not a problem with the line. It's the problem that everyone else is like this, especially in the Brotherhood, where everyone has the same quality, which you might think, oh, that's perfect for the Brotherhood. Well, not really, when everyone is incompetent, over emotional, reactionary, sociopathic. That's not all of those qualities are supposed to represent the Brotherhood of Evil. More so, I would also say that they're supposed to be representing something else, in that they're supposed to be a military group, and they have their, like, again, Fallout 4 depicts them in a way, and you should follow that instead of doing your own take. That is a disservice to that group, because you kind of did well by the Vault Dwellers, I would say. Yeah, I would say that they did okay with the Vault Dwellers. I think they did a good job, even. The ghouls, perfect. I like the way they handled the ghoul by Walton or Walter, whatever the actor's name is. But the Brotherhood of Evil is totally incompetent. There's one more enemy somewhere up there, so let's go.
Again, I can put that down to him not being a very articulate guy, not being very good at conveying his emotions and his thought processes for things, because he's never really had to interrogate his own thought processes.
Have you got any other scenes in the show you'd cite that as an example?
I mean, off the top of my head, not really. I'm going to need time.
Because the rest of the show, he's perfectly normal.
Thank you.
Normal, a bit of a stretch. Like the whole point, like the part where he gets turned into a ghoul, and you know, a normal person might have a realization of like, oh my god, like my entire like existence has just changed, and I've become this horrifying monster, and eventually I'm going to become a feral zombie. His reaction is more just like, oh man, that's really inconvenient.
His reaction is he can never go back to the Brotherhood of Steel, and he wants to be able to live, and so he makes a deal with Maximus immediately. I don't see how that's outside of normal. Come to think of it, Thaddeus is one of the more normal characters in the entire show.
Yeah. Once he's had some rat away, it'll be fine.
I mean,
Finally, I see the light at the end of this very long, long tunnel. Seth's gonna be rich after all these years. It's silk sheets and Parisian whores from now on, mister.
By the way, we're almost done with the stream.
A glass eye.
Oh no.
I'm sure whoever that belonged to treasured it very much.
Stupid liars. Those stupid chicken shit maps.
Calm down, Smeagol.
Making a damn fool of me. A glass eye. It's a glass eye.
Stop with the tears and help me with Williamson's gang.
Great voice acting on display right now. I'm serious. I like it very much. Oh, he just threw it on the ground.
Man's treasure ain't done me no favors. Sure. I'm ready for the living.
So who are these
I'll
guys
see
we
you
just
and Mr.
killed?
West Dickens over at Fort Mercer when you gentlemen is ready.
Because we killed him over a lot of over a glass eye, and I wasn't paying attention enough because we were listening to the stream. That character lived a crazy and hard life. He seems like he has. Is there more to his backstory? That'd be interesting. Victor C. And let's see what Farker Lego has written for us. In the world of Fallout. And even that don't make any sense. In the world of Fallout, since how TF did he get turned into a ghoul? And that turned him into a ghoul. Okay, so apparently there's some inconsistency there from what you're suggesting. Since how, let's see. And that turned him into a ghoul. As much as I hate 4, it did the Brotherhood well. It was more like the first game in 4. Oh, that's nice. Since I chose them. Victor C, I don't know, but just his appearance and mental state is clearly been through stuff. Suggests that he's clearly been through stuff. Probably true. No. But who did we kill? Do we have any indication here? So yeah, we're almost done with their argument here. We got 4 minutes left, so we'll just kind of play it out. As you can see, Critical Drinker doesn't necessarily have any arguments. Ooh. Far Cry Lego says you see what he has been through in Red Dead Redemption 2. Fascinating. That's really interesting. It's very interesting because I didn't know that there were so many connections to the second game, which is a prequel to this game. I guess we can't see. I was wondering who these men were. That we just killed them for a glass eye. Kind of sad. Hopefully they weren't good. They weren't good guys.
He's like I say, like he's a bit blasé about the whole, like, you know, you're essentially had a horrifying fate placed on you because of this. You know, he just acts it more like, oh man, it's like my car's got a flat tire or something. Like it's that degree of like
he expresses
exasperation.
he cannot be a part of the Brotherhood of Steel anymore, and he wants to live, so he immediately decides to make a deal to try and save his own life, and then we don't see him again. We don't know how he feels about being a ghoul now.
Maybe because he didn't turn yet.
Yeah, but he's
that's something I would say, like, okay, leave that for season 2, because clearly there's a lot more stuff to go through, and there is really. They didn't answer a lot of stuff. So
whole like realization of I can't go back to the Brotherhood and I have to make a deal to get out of here. Like it's kind of foisted upon him. They prompt him to make that deal. He doesn't.
Yeah,
like,
but the Brotherhood is right there. They're in. They can see the Brotherhood is coming. He has to do something now, or he's going to be killed.
Yeah, because they tell him that.
Yeah, but he knows that he's a part of the Brotherhood.
Yeah. So I guess my point.
They don't tolerate ghouls.
Yeah, I guess my point is, like, he has a very simplistic kind of almost you know, childlike reaction to it.
It's very simple at that point. He is a ghoul. The Brotherhood is coming. He is going to get killed. He needs to get out of there. Whether or not he's having an existential crisis about being a ghoul compared to being a person, that's probably something they'll do in season 2.
Yes.
But so right there and then, he needed to get out of there because he's going to get killed.
In season 2, when he magically runs across them in the middle of the
He'll
desert.
randomly bump into something that'll make a story, blah, 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 yeah.
Can we talk about how great Shogun is now, please?
Yeah.
In a second.
Sure. Yeah, I should probably tell you guys with the poll.
I did watch the first episode.
3,500 people have voted, so, you know, about a third of our audience right now. So it's 55% yes, Fallout is good, and 45% no, it's not.
Oh, thank goodness that there's 45% people watching his show that thinks it's bad. Thank goodness, because, you know, you would think that most people like it, which I think that is the case, but for their audience, even you would think that, you know, a lot more people would be in favor of the show, and that the percentage of the people who don't like it would be much smaller. So that's encouraging that it is at least 45. So, very cool. The character lived a crazy and hard life. Oh, I read that one. In Red Dead Redemption 2 explains a lot more of the history for this game. Okay, that's cool.
Molly, you're wrong.
What's the margin of error? What's the margin
Oh no, popular contest.
of error? This is a normal conversation. No, this is really good. I like it.
It was actually 60% in favor of no, and then we had a sudden dump of ballots.
Dump.
Skewed it in favor of
I do think it was productive because we learned that I was basically right about the critical drinker's assessment. He has no real argument, really, for the most part.
At the radio station, was it all the people like in those traps? Did he call them critics? Did I catch that right? He's all critics, and then there's a bunch of like dead bodies in these traps. I don't know if I missed that or not. If they actually did that, that was pretty funny.
Why didn't he tell him about the trap? He let him use his radio, and he should have went, "Oh yeah, there's a crossbow there."
Yeah, right.
He doesn't
There's a
tell him.
trap
He
with a
doesn't-
crossbow. You might want to watch out for that.
Because then you wouldn't get that hilarious scene where he gets a crossbow bolt through his throat and he realizes that he's not dead.
You
He's
joke, but you understand. It's incredibly lucky that happened because he's convinced them to give them the head.
Yes.
Like, had that not happened that way, like, whenever something retarded happens in the show, just think about its consequences in terms of the writing, and you'll have your answer.
Yeah. Well, Mauler.
And again, you can set that up and you know, make it clear that the show is leaning heavily into satire, and make it kind of like for the sake of like comparing it to Looney Tunes, which is kind of the best example, the most obvious example. You can do that, but the show doesn't really do a good job at handling that. It's because you know, coincidences can happen in a lot of ways, and so that's something that they could kind of allow if that were to happen, but then that still would not explain all these other things that we discussed, and they discussed at length.
I must take the L.
Hey, no, we talked about this, Molly. This is prey all over.
I think this is actually Mandalorian. I think season 2 will be as bad or worse. Then season 3 will be so bad everyone gives up.
This is Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy from fucking Westworld, which this show, by the way, followed a lot of beats from Westworld, if you know anything about the show. And yeah, I wouldn't.
I have a lot of worries about.
Hold out a lot of hope for season 2.
Is it gonna annoy you, Mauler? Because it does me. Where they go, season 2 was terrible, and I'm like, season 1 was terrible.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that'll happen.
It's gonna
It'll
happen.
get worse.
Yeah.
Trust me, lad. It'll
That's
get
what I was
worse.
gonna say.
And then they go, I can't believe it. What do you mean believe it? We've explained why.
Yes.
I won't be fucking watching it at that point. I'll be busy with the.
Reaper.
Hopefully, Arcane will be out, and they'll be great.
I don't know who he is, but now I
we all
do.
thought the same about every show. God, life would be so boring, wouldn't it?
Well, I think honestly, I've really enjoyed like having a difference of opinion on Open Bar because
It's
like
great.
it's kind of rare, and so yeah.
Indeed.
But as the
agree
leader
with
of the bar, I'm just going to overrule Mauler and say that I'm
There
right.
you
about
go.
everything.
All right, that was their discussion, and that is probably going to also bring us to the close this stream. I think this might be the longest stream we've done ever. I think it might be. It's almost 5 hours. Wow. So yeah, we've gone crazy, and I want to thank everyone who has been here, even if you just appeared for once, but specifically Victor C, Parker Lego, and Hoske. And you guys are the best. A long stream today, boys, says Hoske. Yeah, it'll be an historical stream today. Totally, says Hoske on Twitch. Crazy. But and still we didn't, man. We failed to watch one clip that was supposed to be related to canon and lore, but I think that's 9 minutes, and at this point it's like, I'll let you guys go. No, it's just no, I'm really thankful for anyone who watched today's stream, and yeah, we did a lot of cool things, and I think I personally very much
Watch your step, partner.
oops, nope,
Watch yourself, son.
I very much liked doing this format where I just show you some clips, and I guess we sometimes comment on it, and then occasionally there will be clips like the Rogue and Captain America one where we just focus on it solely. And yeah, and I think it's perfect for a game like Red Dead Redemption, and come to think of it, it's also perfect for a game like even more perfect for a game like Doom, because all you have there is action. At the same time, I would say that Doom takes a lot more skill, and you have to think more and look around the environment and be more focused on what you're doing, where you're going, and so we'll see if that will work there. With Red Dead Redemption, it's more, you know, doing just it's a lot more cinematic, I guess. I guess that's the wrong word, but it leaves a lot more room for just wandering around and not doing anything, or just you know, going from one place to the other without facing too many enemies and needing to think all the time. So yeah, I guess we'll just kind of watch all the the clip about the canon and lore next time, as well as some other videos you guys have sent me that we didn't get a chance to look at. But yeah, Critical Drinker really had no argument, and you know, I do agree that it was very important to have this discussion. And yeah, and I think I agree with that. People will hate season 2 if it's going to be bad, which I think it will be, obviously. And people will be like, oh, what? How could they have done this? And it's like, just look at season 1. That's all you have to look at. And that's going to be probably it for today. So, let's see. Final comments from you guys. Go super overtime. Make us go super overtime. I don't mind talking canon and lore in the next stream since I know the lore of every Fallout game. It's going to be a more of a overall comment, like an overall video on lore and canon. So it's not going to be very specific about Fallout. In fact, the thing that triggered that video was Warhammer 40k. So that's what that video is in response to. However, it makes a broader point that is applicable to everything, and it references a lot of interesting things about just storytelling that I very much appreciated. Far Cry Lego wrote, "Oh boy, Warhammer." Yeah, that whole scene is now getting crazy. It's the stuff that's happening there is also, they're getting their own takeover. And yeah, I think I like this format, and you can let me know if you liked it. And yeah, in that case, let's see your final comments. I gotta say some stuff about that since I know some lore about that. Sweet, perfect moment up. Then you'll have a perfect Cavill. Cavill show is DOA. R.I.P. Cavill. He's a huge fan of Warhammer. But yeah, we'll talk about that next time. And once more, thank you. And I think we'll try to keep it shorter next time as well, of course. So yeah, take care. See you next time. And see you on Wednesday. Bye.